with emphasis on two themes: the NPST, that is the National Professional Standards for Teachers, para 5.20, and the NMM, that is the National Mission for Mentoring, para 15.11. The event is being organized by the NCTE, the National Council for Teacher Education, Ministry of Education, Government of India, in collaboration with Cotton University, the premier and the first ever seat of higher education in this part of the country. The chief guest of today's program, the Honorable Chairperson of NCTE, and also the Additional Secretary, Minister of Education, Government of India, Sri Santosh Kumar Sarangi, has been delayed due to some unavoidable circumstances. He will be joining us soon before the afternoon session. We are also honored to have amidst us today the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Cotton University, Professor Bhavesh Chandra Goswami sir, the Principal Secretary, Education, Government of Assam, Sri B. Kalyan Chakravarti, the Member Secretary, NCTE, Madam Kesang Y. Sherpa, and the Chairperson, Eastern Regional Community, NCTE, Professor Nilima Bhagavati. The recommendation, can we have a big round of applause for our dignitaries, please? The recommendations of the NEP 2020 are expected to bring about radical changes in teacher education. The implementations of the same are a major responsibility of NCTE and all the stakeholders of education. To discuss on these aspects, we have delegates from amongst educational administrators, academicians, including principals and faculty from various universities, colleges, and schools, teacher educators, research scholars, members from NGOs, and student representatives from Assam and some of its neighboring states present here today. A hearty welcome to all of you. We would like to start the program with the lighting of the ceremonial lamp. May I request our dignitaries to kindly do the honors. I request Dr. Saurav Thakur to kindly assist in the lighting of the lamp. Our student, Shamalima Fukan, will render a Saraswati Stotra while the lamp is being lit. She's an undergraduate student from the Department of Statistics. Namaskar.
Om Shah Nabhavato Shahana Bhunakto Shahabirya Karavavahai Tejasvi Navadhitamasto Mabidi Shavahai. Om Shanti, Om Shanti, Om Shanti.
Thank you. We would now like to invite our dignitaries to the dais. I once again request Dr. Thakur to kindly escort our dignitaries to the dais.
It's not on both sides, so we don't know.
We would now like to accord our honor to our guests with small tokens traditional. I request Dr. Dulumoni Das and Dr. Sauravi Borthakur to kindly felicitate our guests with the Fulam Gamusa, a Naga shawl, an Assamese woodcraft rhino, a packet of Assam tea, and a bouquet. We first felicitate the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Cotton University, Professor Bhavesh Chandra Goswami.
First, we should do our guest outside at last.
According to her. We first felicitate the Principal Secretary, Professor Shri B. Kolyan Chakraborty. B. Kolyan Chakraborty, a 1995 match IAS officer of Meghalaya Cadre, is a B.Tech from IIT Chennai, MBA and IIM, Ahmedabad, and a Bachelor of Law from Osmania University. He has held several important positions in the government of Assam and the government of India. At present, he is serving as the Principal Secretary to the Government of Assam Elementary Education, Secondary Education, and Higher Education Departments. He has handled worst flood disasters of Assam and successfully administered relief and rehabilitation work and has successfully handled extremist issues also. We welcome you, sir. Next, we would like to felicitate the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Cotton University, Professor Bhavesh Chandra Goswami. Professor Goswami, with a teaching experience of 40 years, started his academic career as a lecturer in the Department of Chemistry, Govt University. He received his first PhD from Govt University in 1982 and the second from the University of Liverpool in 1985. He was also awarded the Commonwealth Fellowship by University of Liverpool from 1982 to 85. Professor Goswami was a visiting professor of Tripura University and also worked as visiting scientist at the Iowa State University, USA. He held the position of UGC SAP coordinator and also acted as the director of UGC Human Resource Development Center before taking up the responsibility of being the first vice chancellor of Cotton University. He is a regular member of NAGPIR team besides serving as a chairman and member of Board of Studies of several universities in Northeast India, including that of Guwahati, Arunachal Pradesh, and Mizoram. Thank you. Next, we would like to felicitate the Member Secretary, NCTE, Ma'am Kesang Yangzom Sherpa. Madam Sherpa joined the Indian Revenue Service Income Tax in 1995 and has been posted in Mumbai, West Bengal, Delhi, and Pune. She is holding the rank of Commissioner of Income Tax. In her career span of 26 years, she has mainly dealt with tax administration and of corporate and non-corporate cases. She has undergone the 58th course in National Security and Strategic Studies from the National Defense College, New Delhi, and has also completed her MPhil in Strategic and Defense Studies. Currently, she is in deputation to Ministry of Education as Member Secretary, NCTE, for the past 1 year, and it is remarkable that many developments in the teacher education sector has been done by NCTE in his short tenure of hers. Thank you, ma'am. We would now like to felicitate Professor Nilima Bhagavati, an emeritus professor at Guwahati University who retired in the year 2015, is a national awardee for contribution in the field of education and research, recipient of the Commonwealth Fellow Award in 2006. She received the National Best Teacher Educator Award and the CTEF Kerala Chapter's Best Emeritus Teacher Award in 2019. She is the Director, Asian Region of Commonwealth Council for Educational Administration and Management. She is Internal General Secretary, CTEF, Chairman of the Eastern Regional Community, NCTE. Thank you so much. The felicitation ceremony being over, I now request the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Cotton University, Professor Bhavesh Chandra Goswami, to kindly deliver the address of welcome.
Okay. I, on behalf of Cotton University and whole Northeast India, I welcome all the delegates of this National Council of Teacher Education who have come all the way from Delhi, and also other faculty members, vice chancellors, principals, and academicians, staff and colleague of Cotton University, and my dear student friends. So I'm really thankful to the NCTE for organizing this workshop, more or less in this fine morning today at Cotton University. So I think straight away, I think it has already been told that out of this new education policy 2020, there are two clauses, 5.20, which is on professional standards of teachers, and 1511, which is on national mentoring system. So I'm really, these are the main point, main thing which will be the backbone of our new education policy. So reading the policy document covering various aspects related to teachers, it is clear that this NPST means for both formal and informal pre-service teacher education programs by higher educational institutions, as well as in-service continuous professional development. Further, NPST is also to be an important tool for career management of teachers in terms of recruitment, compensation, promotion, and recognition. Thus, NPST would have dual usage, pre-service as well as in-service. What exactly this NPST would consist of when examines what an organizational expects from an employee, one finds three aspects. First aspect, personal attributes such as integrity, commitment, responsibility, cooperation, positive relationship with co-workers, etc. And role-related competencies such as teaching skills, planning skills, deep knowledge on the subject, and thirdly, role performance, which would also include the conduct, quantity, and quality of teaching, research, innovators in any aspect of education, punctuality, cooperation, and teamwork may thus become parts of the appraisal of the role performance. Irrespective of the details included in PST, the real issue would be measurement. As is always, measurement is a very tricky affair in the behavioral fields, and there is no one way of doing it. So therefore, we have to be little bit careful in this aspect. Mentoring in a standalone mode doesn't make much meaning. It would be best to read the statement as context of CPD and career management, shifting the goals of education as is envisaged in NEP 2020 cannot be achieved without substantive faculty reorientation and development. The policymakers recognized this and emphasized the importance of continuous professional development. However, the policy hasn't gone into the details what and how this course is normal practice broad policies. Already NCT has done certain framework. They are going to discuss it today amongst all of us, and maybe we will be aware about that, and maybe any suggestions that might come from our academicians, maybe that will be helpful in finalizing that particular draft. So there is one crucially important point that needs to be reviewed and revised in the context of CPD. NEP 2020 reveals the underlying thinking of policymakers when it mentions of every teacher, in case of school teachers, undergo at least 50 hours of online OPD, even in school principals have to do so. So therefore, probably all of us, we know this sort of trainings, even in academic staff colleges and others, actually, sometimes if we think very critically, the result is not very encouraging. So we have to be very careful about that. I hope the planners will do in such a way that actually it will serve the purpose. Therefore, one thing probably to my mind, we have to shift from focus on teaching or training to learning. So that will have to be our focus. So what do you mean by this? I mean that CPD should move away from prescribing and organizing a number of training programs or courses, either offline or online. Instead, focus on self-initiated, managed learning activities by the faculty members, but within an organizationally established formal system with the agency supporting them with the learning resources. What it means that instead of providing the training modules or courses, a system demanding certain competencies and personal qualities of the faculty members has to be designed and put in place. They should focus on designing a learning management system with sound measurement of outcomes which may be linked to compensation and career progression. So regarding the national mentoring mission, I would assume that the role of mentors to consist providing guidance, coaching and providing feedback, making assessment of the candidates. In addition, the mentors would also provide content expertise as required. To sum up, the suggestion here is that a badly needed shift from teaching or training to learning be urgently made. The CPD would then be basically a self-initiated, institutionally organized and monitored system. Mentoring would be something like oil to make a machine work. Guidance, counseling, monitoring, coaching, and finally assessing would be performed by mentors to make this system work. So I, on behalf of this Century-Old Institute, our products have helped in the last more or less 120 years on the primary education, secondary education, higher education in whole of Northeast in all the provinces. So Therefore, in the coming years also, in this particular endeavor also, this particular institute will be very happy to collaborate in any sort of teaching this sort of program, including suppose the 4-year undergraduate program for B.Ed. I think that's what I think the aim of this institute is. And finally, I thank all of you for your patient hearing. I just gave my little bit thinking. I hope that will be useful in some way. So thank you very much and welcome to Cotton University. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. In continuation with this welcome, I'm very pleased to state that we have amidst us today Professor B.N. Sharma, Vice Chancellor, Doni Polo University, Itanagar, Arunachal Pradesh. May we please welcome you with a gamosa, sir. Yeah. Welcome, sir. And we also have Professor S.C. Roy, who's from Northeastern Regional Institute of Education, Shillong. He's the chairman, NMM committee. Professor S.C. Roy. Thank you. I now request Ma'am K. Sangwai Sherpa, Member Secretary, NCTE, to present the opening remarks and set the tone of this event.
Shri B.C. Goswami, Vice Chancellor, Cotton University, Shri Kalyan Chakravarti, Principal Secretary, Education, Assam Government, Professor Nilima Bhagwati, Chairperson, Eastern Regional Committee, NCTE, Professor V.N. Sharma, Vice Chancellor, Donipolo University, Arunachal Pradesh, Professor S.C. Rai, Neri Shillong, Chairperson, NMM Committee, NCTE, state representatives, and all the delegates who are present here today. Namaskar. First of all, I am very grateful to Cotton University for coming together with us for this very first, our maiden open house session on the National Professional Standard for Teachers and the National Mission for Mentoring. We are also very blessed to be in this wonderful city of Kamakhema and also the land of the Brahmaputra, Assam. This was a very conscious decision of us to have the maiden open house session of, we have a string of 15 open house sessions for the NMM and the 15 open house sessions for NPST, and this is the first of that long series. And we chose Cotton University because this is a heritage university of more than 100 years old and having offering a huge gamut of educational opportunities to the Northeast. And so we are very happy to be here. As far as NCTE is concerned, for those, of course, most of you would be knowing what the National Council for Teacher Education does. But we are looking after the planned and coordinated teacher education sector development throughout the country. And the National Education Policy 2020, which was launched by our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, on 29th July 2020, has given the National Council for Teacher Education a lot of mandates which we have to fulfill. And I would like to tell you just briefly about some of that. Some of them are like the integrated 4-year teacher education course, ITEP, which all of you would be hearing, and the notification for which is already out in the public domain. We are also working on the 2-year B.Ed, the 1-year B.Ed, and we have the 4-year physical education program, and we are having the 4-year fine arts art education program. Apart from that, we are also working on this National Professional Standard for Teachers and the National Mission for Mentoring, which are two of the budget mandates that have been given to us by the government. So I'll move on to this National Professional Standard for Teachers. As you are aware, and the Vice Chancellor has already said, that this you will find in para 5.20 of the NEP. And this National Professional Standard for Teachers aims to work out the expectations and role of the teachers at different stages of competencies. Because if you see the NEP, now there are 4 stages, 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. So it aims to that. And NPST also would work for informing the design of the pre-service teacher education programs. And in this connection, we in NCT had formed a committee which has worked on a draft, the initial draft, which is now out in public domain on 17th of this month. And that is what we will be discussing. I think it will be present in all the bags that you have been given. So this draft is there. This will be under discussion now. And we would look forward to all the valuable suggestions that we would be getting, the inputs that we would be getting, not only in this session today, but also in the public, the document which has been put out in the public domain, which can be accessed by all. And when you go back, I would request each of you to give your suggestions, because in forming a comprehensive draft, a guideline for the country, everyone, especially the stakeholders, feedback is very important for us. In this connection with National Professional Standard for Teachers, in NCTE, we will also be having the National Center for Teacher Quality. So this would be in the headquarters in Delhi, and we would be getting the feedback and the various MIS reports, etc., from the states, and we will assess and see, because we need to find out. We also need, there needs to be a system of performance appraisal also. So we want to assess as to what are the requirements that have to be further put in place for developing this national professional standard for teachers. The second one on the agenda today is the National Mission for Mentoring, and that you would find in para 15.11 of the NEP. And if, as you all are aware, the NMM is to create a large pool of outstanding faculty as well as retired teachers, professors, who would be mentors to certain mentees. Um, Earlier, the concept of being a mentor was only for a student or, in schools, but the NEP goes a step further and understands the need for having mentors for school teachers, school leaders, for principals, for headmasters, etc. NCT has worked again on a draft document, initial draft document for the same, and that is already out in public domain on 3rd of November, and it is there for 1 month. I would request all of you once again to please go through that, give your valuable feedback, because this mentoring mission is something new which is being introduced, and we would like every feedback which would come back to us. Subsequently, and we are already working on it, we will also be in NCT, we will be having a platform, and which would be an interface between the mentor and the mentees. This would be our second round after the draft document is accepted and is in public domain. So the booklet is there. I won't go further into this because we will have a detailed discussion about both in our 2 sessions today. I thank you once again for attending this open house session of ours, and we hope to go back with very, very valuable feedback from this session. And thank you once again to Cotton University for hosting us and being partnering us in this very important endeavor of the Government of India. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for initiating and setting the tone of the discussions of today's program. I now request Professor Nilima Bhagavati, Chairperson, ERC, NCTE, to kindly speak a few words on the NEP 2020. Ma'am.
Thank you, Sangeeta Bhattakur. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Cotton University, Principal Secretary Education, Sri B. Kalyan Chakravarti, our Member Secretary, NCTE, Kisan Sharpa ma'am, the NCT team members here, the representatives from the various states of the northeastern India, the Shiksha Gurus who are here, the learned invitees, friends, and colleagues. Just a small 2 lines of invocation. I'll seek the blessings of God and give you a very brief sort of appraisal about the National Education Policy 2020. Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Deva Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, Tashmai Sri Gurve Namo. With pranam to all, let me very briefly, because time is also, time bound, I have to finish it quickly. I'm honored and blessed to be a member of the NCT Team India. After the soulful inauguration of today's meet, which is in fact a very pertinent for all of us. We all know that the national education policy is and what is there. And today it will give us more insight to know about the special focus which has been given in today's meet. At the outset, I offer sincere gratefulness to our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji for taking the initiative to bring out the national education policy in time. I also thank Dr. Kasturirangan Committee for untiring efforts for 5 years to finalize the national education policy and submit it before the nation. In fact, I always say that this is a long tapasya, we call it. It's a long tapasya done by the Kasturirangan Committee, meeting the people in and around the country, cross-section, and also taking interviews, taking or interacting with the stakeholders. They finalized this historical document, which is National Education Policy 2020. And in fact, this is a document which has come to us after 1986, after 34 years. Friends, we all know that this document is historical on the ground, that it is trying to bring resurgence in the field of education, from lower primary to higher education, including teacher education. There is a big change which we are going to see, which we are going to find out. This policy has been framed by the innovative and the constructive minds, where we find that for the first time in the country, the student community are empowered. They are empowered to choose their subjects and to select their own ability and take the future ahead. So this is something very great and very sort of sincere effort which has been given in this particular historical document, NEP 2020. NEP, in fact, it has laid down the constructive way forward for bringing reforms in one, quality, the second, equity, and the third one, integrity in the entire system of education, friends. And thereby, say 2040, India is to be in the topmost position in the world. That is second to none. And this is what we are waiting for. We are, or the NEP is also addressing the emerging developmental imperatives of our country, which comprises revision of the educational structure, regulation, and also the governance. This is something which is very important part in the NEP. In the entire education system, we find that the rich culture, the ethics, the values which India had earlier, an attempt, a sincere attempt has been made to bring it back, to revive back what we lost. It is important, the NEP, from another fact, that it is not only saying about the Bharatiya values, a Bharatiya system of education, but also talking about the 21st century skills. That is, to prepare the 21st century teachers and the 21st century learners. This is something for the first time which we have found. And coming to the teacher, let me say that teacher is the central or the pivotal point of the education system. The gurus or acharya, as we call it, they play a role in bringing the difference in the life of the learners or in the life of the students, to make them sincere, productive, responsive, and above all, to make them responsible citizens of the country. Therefore, time has come, or this NEP is showing us, reminding us that we have to be very assertive, the teaching community. We have to be confident, and we have to build the mindset to accept this national education policy, where right from the foundation stage up to the higher education level, including the teacher education, a total resurgence is being thought of, which is indeed a great, I should say, a great work which has been done by this document. So whether it is a teacher, whether it is a stakeholder, whether it is a member of the society, we all must own this policy. That is what is important. We have to own this policy. It is our policy. And we have to do the implementation in the perfect way, in the most effective way. So with these reasons, today the Cotton University is organizing, along with joint partnership of NCTE, so that all of us can get more appraised and to take the path ahead, and which is our accountability, which is our big responsibility in front of us. So with this sort of engaging or organizing this meeting, NCT is trying to reach all the teachers, all the teacher educators of the country. And the first one has been flagged off today in Cotton University, as our member secretary ma'am has said. So we have to know our policy. We have to understand our policy. We have to build that positive mindset to carry it forward, to make India and to bring back, to establish the Vishwaguru, which is important for us, friends. Coming to NCTE, under the leadership of the chairperson, under the leadership of Member Secretary Ma'am and all the officials who are involved in this process, I really congratulate them. They are giving untiring work to reach each and every one of us, whether it is Northeast, whether it is Northern region, whether it is South, East, or West. So we have to take this very seriously, and we have to build that roadmap which will be shown to us to implement the NEP 2020 very, very effectively. Today's program here in Cotton University is a sincere attempt to create the understanding and the awareness, as I said, and to clear any doubts. To clear any doubts if you have in your mind. And I'm sure, because I tried myself first when I went through the National Education Policy. I read and read and read, and believe me, I read it 15 times. And I was totally clear of this policy. So that is why I'm saying, if anybody has any doubt, you can clear your doubts here in this meet. I will not take long. I strongly feel that today's program will pave the way, again, for resurgence in the education sector. And NEP 2020 is the beacon light. It is the beacon light for us. We have to follow that beacon light and make it a very effective, a very impactful national policy implementation in all the institutions, again using the word from the lower primary to the higher secondary. So let us put steps forward. And as we believe very strongly, you know it, I think you know these words. Coming together is always a beginning, right? Keeping it together is always a progress. And working together leads us to success. Definitely, we all collectively putting our hands with NCTE, with NCT Team India, will march ahead and make this national education policy the best policy implementation in the country. My throat doesn't permit me to speak more. I'll just end it up over here. And with these words, being very positive myself, I expect positive response from all. And obviously, for the Northeastern region, all the states will come together. And ma'am is here, that definitely all the states of the Northeast will march and will be with you for fastest, for the best and impactful implementation. With these words, I end up, and namaskar to you all once again. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. We sincerely hope that the NEP 2020 will bring a radical change towards improvement in the entire education system of India. May I now request the Principal Secretary, Education, Govt of Assam, Shri B. Kalyan Chakravarti, to kindly address the gathering. Sir.
Ah, esteemed Vice Chancellor Dr. Goswami, Madam Kesang Sherpa, Professor Bhagwati, my principals, teachers, professionals, and the dignitaries present on this occasion. First and foremost, I would like to convey my heartfelt and most sincere thanks to the NCTE for organizing this brainstorming session in this university to kick off the implementation of the NEP in a most realistic way. I'd also like to place on record my appreciation of the fact that she has very rightly said that central to the entire NEP, the new education policy, is the focus on teachers. Because ultimately, as the speakers before me have said, that what really delivers quality education to a society and really takes it forward and catapults it into a new level is how effective our teachers are in the field. And let me say that the announcer has said that, I have studied at IIT and IIM. She has forgotten that I did my law. I also went to ISB. I went to PhD. I finished my PhD. But I was just thinking as to what did I do with so many years of education and what did I really learn? If I go back and think in IIT, what did I really learn? It's like a complete blank. I don't remember anything that I have learned. And 99% of the IITians are in jobs other than engineering. That's a fact. What did I learn in IIM which is really helping me today? I don't know. I really have no clue. The reason why I went and did my law degree was because I was slightly worried that when I signed very important government files, I hope I'm not doing something wrong. Because law appeared to be very, very fudgy. Anybody can come and say anything. So when you're writing that thin line on file saying that you can do this or you can't do that, you should know whether it's right or wrong, at least legally right or wrong. That's why I thought of did. And then I realized that, finally when I was doing my went for further, by the time I got maturity and I said, okay, let me learn about things that I want to do. That's when I went and did a course in ISB and then I pursued my passion in my PhD. So it takes a long time for a child to really understand as to what he wants to do, and one continues to learn all through life. I was looking at two walls which actually made the last century. One was the fall of the Berlin Wall, and the other, the creation of the wall between Mexico and America, which always struck me as two very important events in recent times. If you look at the building of the wall between Mexico and America, you will see a sort of an irony out there. The irony is, you will see that this is an ancient civilization, Mexico. You will have the Aztecs, and it's very, very ancient. And you'll see the Americans who have come probably about 200, maybe 300 years ago, right? So a civilization with hardly any history today is the probably the most powerful nation in the world and wants to protect itself by building a wall against a civilization which was probably thousands of years old. So what really separated these two, you know, in the same continent, that somebody has surged ahead and a civilization which is so old has remained, so backward that they want to get to America, just cross the wall at any cost. So somewhere we have to think where and how we want to lay the foundations. And as one American president very correctly said, he said that give me 30 years of good educated manpower, 30 years, 3 decades, and I'll give you a superpower. We don't need tanks. We don't need, we don't need power. We don't need muscle. He said 30 years of education, you have a superpower. And that's something that, finally our education policy says that let's talk about the student. Let's talk about the teachers who look at the students. Now, when we look at teachers, and I would like to tell Madam Kesang also, is that we look at teachers academically, right? What I find most critical in teachers is, do they, when they walk into the class or into a lecture, do they bring the excitement with them? Or are they dead when they enter a class? Do they know how to teach? Do they bring that interest into the subject? That's the key thing that has to be taught or mentored or developed or measured. Knowing the subject means nothing. As I said, that the only thing I learned, honestly speaking, though of course I know a little bit of math, etc., in IIT was I learned to play the game of football. In fact, I was always a good player. And I would like to say, if if Madam allows me a little time, what I learned there in football was much more than what I learned in academics in IIT. And I'll tell you a small story because before I leave, is that in IIT, I was a very good football player. But they said that you're too small to play in the team. Too short. They said you are hardly 5'3". How can you play in the football team? So I used to always be on the bench. गेम एकदम हेक होई से 5 मिनट आसे आरो अच्छा ठीक है से खेलो करो अरे आई एम सच अ गुड प्लेयर किंतु माने मोग एकदम बेंचोत राखी दिए I said like this is not fair. Then what I did, and which I learned hard way, because life teaches you the hard things. I learned how to sing, dance, how to speak. Hostel to hostel I went. I stood for elections as sports secretary. I canvassed. I did all good things. I developed my personality. I became sports secretary of IIT Madras. And then I appointed myself football captain. And then we won a lot of tournaments. તેથી मैं फुटबॉल फील्डर जाऊं मैं कहूं कि ए किमान हाइट तुम्हार 6'2" बायरत आहा मैं जेठे कम तेरी आही बात तुम्हें. So leadership is not learned just in the classroom. That's what your NEP also says. Leadership is learned on the field. That's why NEP talks like developing the person fully. Whether you have academics, whether you have sports, whether you have art and culture, your report card is built differently. You're not developing, and the best probably learning of NEP comes from the Cotton College, because it is here you have the Chief Minister, Honorable Chief Minister Hemanta Biswa Sarma, who works 24/7. You can understand NEP by looking at him, because here is a person who's become a leader. And when you look at the decisions he makes or takes, you'll understand that he takes decisions in that manner, like that of a leader. We want the children to develop like that, to become leaders, not just become, sorry to say, if you don't mind, to become clerks or subordinates, unquestioning, uncritical. Become people who question, like what Socrates said, what Buddha said. NEP talks about critical thinking, innovative thinking. NEP talks about opening your mind, of questioning. So that is what NEP talks about, and that the teachers we have to have teachers like that. We have to have teachers who bring that enthusiasm into class. And therefore, when you're talking about professionalism, we have to talk about that. Finally, I will just end. Before I end, I was reminded of a bird, the hummingbird. There was a story, in our maybe the stories, Jataka stories, I forget where, but it was a story of a bird, the hummingbird. The forest was on fire, and all the animals ran away. There was a hummingbird which immediately ran to a small stream nearby, took the water in its beak, went back to the forest, and then dropped it there. Again, it went, goes back to the stream, picks up that small, gulp of water in its beak, goes back. And all animals look at it and say, "Ki kori ase tumhe? Iman horu, iman tiny. What are you doing? You can't douse the fire." So the bird says, "I'm doing my best. I'm doing what I can. What are you doing?" You're just seeing that. So, in the fire of this ignorance, yesterday, one of the school was started in Majuli called the Hummingbird. In the middle of nowhere, the community built it. The theme of that school was that if every school, every teacher thinks that they can do their bit, put that water to douse the ignorance, and if there are 1,000 hummingbirds singing, then the spirit of NEP will be fulfilled. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your wonderful illustrations. And my apologies, sir, for missing out on your PhD and later degrees, but I did mention the law. Well, we come to an end of the inaugural session. Cotton University feels honored to be able to host the first sensitization program of the NCTE. We hope that today's discussions will definitely contribute to the successful implementation of the recommendations of the NEP, especially the two themes considered, the NPST and the NMM. The morning session being on NPST and the afternoon session on NMM. We would now like to move on to the first technical session, which is on NPST. May the dignitaries on the dais to kindly take your seats in the hall so that you can view the PowerPoint presentation. And I request Mr. Rishabh Khanna, cognitive scientist, NPST expert, NCTE, to kindly be ready for your presentation. PowerPoint. Yeah. Presentation. Mr. Rishabh Khanna is a cognitive scientist who has redefined conventional educational practices prevailing across leading international curricula in the last decade. He founded Surasa, an edtech platform for teacher education, to achieve his vision of empowering teachers by career mentorship, pedagogy, training, and global recognition. He also founded Lead Transformations Learning, which was awarded the Best K-12 Teacher Training Institution of India for 3 consecutive years. Mr. Khanna has completed numerous research projects, especially working towards Teacher Satisfaction Index, needs of a modern teacher, gaps in teacher education, and finding solutions to problems in school education in the 21st century. He has helped thousands of teachers in identifying tangible and transferable techniques with the help of his teacher evaluation frameworks that may be used in real world terms with optimum effect. Mr. Khanna, can we have you on stage, please? I request Dr. Dulumonidas to kindly accord a felicitation to Mr. Khanna. You may present, yes. Or you need a mic? That's a cordless mic there?
So by the time it comes. Honorable Professor B.C. Goswami, Vice Chancellor, Cotton University. Mr. B. Kalyan Chakravarti, actually he mentioned about his PhD, so Dr. B. Kalyan Chakravarti, Principal Secretary Education, Government of Assam. Madam Kesang Sherpa, Member Secretary NCTE. Professor Nilima Bhagbati, Chairperson ERC NCTE. All dear educational experts, educationists, and my dear colleagues and friends. Welcome to the first open house discussion on national professional standards for teachers. Well, today we are standing at a very pivotal point of education transformation for our country, right? We are standing at a place where almost everybody has accepted the new education policy, but everybody still is thinking that how do we implement this? We have built a Herculean goal for ourselves and everybody wants it to come true. Everybody wants to develop systems for it to, be implemented in the best possible way. And we are all waiting, for that standard operating procedure, which we call, right? A standard structure that can be followed so that we really reach the target that we have given ourselves for the year 2040. So today we are going to discuss the first, we're going to have the first discussion on national professional standards for teachers, which are the standards that are going to redefine the way teachers are in our country. And while a lot of work has been done on enhancing teachers' quality, improving the way teachers are, improving the way teachers progress in their career, I still believe that we are somewhere stuck as teachers, we are somewhere stuck in a vicious cycle. Now, what is the vicious cycle? Can we have the presentation, please? What is the vicious cycle? You see, as a teacher, we complete our, say, bachelor's in education, our teaching qualifications, our professional qualification. We enter the profession. We wait to develop the next most relevant 21st century skill set. And in that wait, we're stuck at some place we're dependent on others for our growth and for our development. We attend, as Professor Goswami said, we are dependent on professional development opportunities, which usually become those training sessions with a one-way communication, and then we reach back to the classroom, and many times we're not monitored or evaluated what exactly have we learned and how do we implement it in the classroom. The expectation keeps increasing. The progression pathway for our growth is not found, and finally we are stuck in that place for sometimes even 20 years. How many of you have seen a maths teacher or a science teacher being in the same role for the last 20 years, doing the same job, waiting for the next career progression pathway? Anyone? Have you seen any teachers like that? Can you please show me your hands? Let's make it an interaction, then a one-way training session that Professor Goswami was talking about. How many of you have seen teachers who've been in the same place waiting for their career progression? Can you please show me your hands? Okay, I think almost everybody has seen, but we are still waiting that, okay, it's a morning session. Should I raise my hands or not? That's all right. So you see, we've seen those teachers in that vicious cycle. What NPST really intends to do is to convert that vicious cycle into a virtuous cycle, wherein a teacher really has a pathway for progression, for growth, almost on an every year, every month, every week basis. Imagine if as teachers, we could know what should we be doing next, what is the skill set that is best expected out of us, and how do we acquire that? How do we, share evidences on that? How do we move ahead in our careers? I think the path for education delivery would be much more clearer, and we might actually be able to achieve the targets that we have given ourselves for 2040, even much before than that. So before we go further and discuss about NPST, I have a couple of questions. You see, I'm a teacher, And till the time I don't follow that set standard of pre-knowledge review of my participants, understanding where my learners are, and then moving ahead, it somehow kind of stops me from delivering the session. So, quick first question. What do you think? And you can write these answers on your pads. I can ask some of you to share that, but then I would request everybody to write the answers on the pads, because that will create the background of the entire session, the entire NPST document today. What percentage of the total population of the earth are teachers? Just think about it. What percent of total population? How many teachers would be there? To give you a perspective, there are 7 billion people in the world today. How many teachers would be there? What population? What percentage? Just think about it. Make some notes. India has almost 1.3 billion people. What percent of Indian population are teachers? Think about it. How many teachers do we have in India? Come on. Are you there? And now a bit difficult question. What are the top 5 field-specific skills that a teacher should have? Now, here, very important. Please focus, I'm saying field-specific. So the moment you start writing those skills, please make sure that these are skills which only teachers should have. If any other profession needs the same skills, these are not field-specific. These are field-agnostic skills. So if you wanted to write down a teacher should have good communication skills, I'm sorry, many professions should have good communication skills, right? So what are those field-specific skills that teachers should have? Field-specific, right? So we can't say time management, we can't say punctual, we can't say good presenter, we can't say good communication skills. So many professions need that, right? Doctors, lawyers, journalists, politicians, everybody needs good communication skills. Let's focus on teacher field-specific skill set. And you know what? I did a small research on this, and we went out to the common people and asked about teacher-specific, field-specific skill set. Most of the people could not tell us one field-specific skill set. And because we have varied perceptions of what teachers should be doing, that's why we are not able to understand how difficult it is to be a teacher. Believe me, we all say teaching is the most noble profession. It is also one of the most difficult professions in the world. Being a teacher is not easy. Well, being a teacher is easy. Being an impactful teacher is not easy. So how do we identify, and what purpose does NPST solve today, that we are able to identify good teachers from teachers? We can't call them bad teachers. The moment you become a teacher, you're no longer bad. So how do we identify that, and what does NPST do? Let's discuss that. Where do I point this? Just click it here. So by the time this comes up, so NEP under its para 5.20 specifically talks about building of professional standards for teachers, which would be a formal document which will guide everything about a teacher's career, right from what initial education should be given to the teachers, what should a teacher career progression look like, should a teacher really take the pathway of career growth that we have right now? I hope most of us know that today, for a school teacher to grow, you usually have to move from a PRT to a TGT to a PGT, and then you grow so on and so forth. So a major problem for us was that, imagine if somebody had been teaching in a primary class for the last 15 years, and they really want to grow in their career, they need to move to a completely different section of the school where the entire 15 years of work experience is now gone, cannot be used effectively, right? So do we want a system like that? NPST is questioning all of those status quos, and we are looking at building a new pathway for the entire teacher community, for the entire teacher profession, right? So can you just press the from there? So what exactly should we expect? Now, if you were all given an opportunity to define one wish for every teacher in the country, what would that one wish be? Could you just think, what would you want for the teachers? Anyone, anything. More dignity and respect. Anyone? What would you want for all the teachers of the country? Honesty, more opportunities, growth opportunities, financial growth and status. Very good. Anybody else? Love for the profession. What else? What if I tell you that everything that has been shared here, everything has been taken care of while building NPST? Imagine. That's what we're going to discuss today, right? So NEP 2020 places teachers at the center of all education. We are saying if teachers can grow, if teachers can progress, only then education systems will progress. That is what NEP 2020 is talking about. And that is what has been the core of the entire NPST document. Working now? Wonderful. So what are we covering under NPST? We are talking about three major areas. I'm sorry, I think the three major areas have been hidden behind the chairs, if you can see them. Can we ask somebody to just move these chairs, please? So there are three areas: education and training of the teachers, support the teacher in the practice, and career progression. When I say education and training, right from pre-service education to in-service education, the teacher preparation courses like BEds, ITEP, everything structured in a way that teachers can have continuous growth. Then once somebody becomes a teacher, how do we support them in their profession, in the school systems? And then finally, how do we provide growth and progression to every single teacher in the country? If I'm a teacher who really wants to grow fast, there would be a pathway for them to grow fast and reach wherever they want to reach in their careers. These are the three core areas that NPST has been built upon. So what all we are doing, we're talking about teacher preparation, teacher recruitment, teacher skills, teacher appraisal, as well as teacher promotion. A formal document for everything in one place, which is being led by NCTE. So what did we really do in that? So let's talk about teacher progression. Today, as I mentioned, teachers have to move from being a PRT to a TGT to a PGT, and then that's how the progression really grows. There was this idea in the NEP that a teacher should be able to grow in their own level of the school, in their own stage of the school. And as per NEP, there are 4 levels in the school system, 4 stages. Can somebody tell me what are the 4 stages? Okay, how many of you have read NEP 2020 document? I know ma'am has read 15 times. Okay. There's so many of us who have not read. I request you to read it, right? Now, NEP 2020 says there are 4 areas of school education. We have a foundational stage, we have preparatory stage, middle stage, and then we have secondary stage. NPST document says that a teacher which joins any particular stage can stay in that stage and grow in that stage without having the need to move to a different stage for their career progression. So for every stage, let's say if somebody's completed their bachelor's in education for teaching students in the foundational stage, they'll be able to grow from one level to the next level in the same stage till the time they reach an administrative job or a leadership job or a leadership position in the school. So what are these 4 stages? What do they look like? So the moment somebody completes their pre-service education, their bachelor's in education, their ITEP program, they come into the teaching profession as a beginner teacher. A beginner teacher would have specific skills, specific domains, specific criteria that they'll have to meet to become a teacher in a school in India. What would be those skills? What do they look like? We'll be discussing them now. Once somebody's become a beginner teacher, they start practicing in the school. They are mentored by their colleagues, by other teachers. They are given continuous professional development opportunities with external bodies, again, accredited agencies and bodies who really know what has to be taught to the teachers and how do we evaluate those teachers that they're on the right growth pathway or not. We want to move completely away from 2-hour, 4-hour, 5-hour continuous professional development sessions, sometimes 3 different speakers speaking on the stage, 3 of them not being in the sync about the same concepts. We have all seen such training and professional development activities. So we're talking about having focused professional development activities that a beginner teacher can then move to becoming a proficient teacher becoming a lead teacher, and finally an expert teacher, and then an expert teacher becoming a lead teacher. Yeah, later once. No, that's okay. Oh yeah, if we can do that, that would be great. Let's just move it like that, even on the panel discussion, we'll then use it. Thank you so much. So a beginner teacher reaches the school, they start working on their skill set, they start getting evaluated by their colleagues, they start working on the progression of their career, and then they move ahead, and a complete career progression is created. Now, as they move from one stage of their career to the next stage, they don't just grow in the designation, but they grow in financial aspects. Ma'am, somebody said, what about financial growth of the teachers? Teacher appraisal, teacher growth, teacher financial growth will be all focused on their skills, competencies, and what all can they create inside the classroom. Imagine having all our teachers. We have almost 97 lakh teachers registered in India. So all 97 lakh teachers put on a career progression. They know where they are right now and how they have to grow. What are the skill sets that are already there? So that's how the 4 areas, the 4 stages of the teacher career has been defined. You can find the entire description on page 16 of the draft document. I will request you all to study that and see if there are any suggestions. Please send those to us so that we can work on them as we work on the final document. Now, these are the 4 areas, but then what about the skill set? What skills should teachers have? And there's been a lot of discussion around all these different teacher skill sets, right? People talk about teachers have to be just good with the students. Somebody says, if teachers understand the students and communicate well, that's enough. Somebody says teachers have to be good interactors. Well, it takes a lot more to become a successful teacher, right? There are various professional skill set competencies required to become a professional teacher. So what we've done is we identified all those skills. We work not just on Indian skill requirements, but on global skill requirements, that we want our Indian teachers to be ready not just for India, but for the world. Imagine India being the Vishwa Guru that we were talking about, one of my previous panelists was talking about, and we could be the source of teachers for the world. Imagine Indian teachers teaching around the world. So we went a step ahead and we said, what are the skill sets that our teachers would need to make our education system a global system, and then taking our teachers to a global workforce so that India can really be the supplier, the source of the best teachers of the world. So we took all of those skill set and we put them under 4 areas. We're calling them core values and ethics, professional knowledge and competence, professional knowledge and understanding, professional competence and practice, and finally professional development and growth. You can find details of all these 4 areas in the document. It starts from page 25 of the draft document, but just to give you an overview of what each of these areas means, let's go through them. So core values and ethics would really mean that a teacher should know about constitutional values, should know about ethics, should know about keeping the students' interest at the core of their practice, making it student-led learning, then teacher-led learning. And how do we really practice that? So all of that has been put under core values and ethics, right from professional relationships, understanding the profession, everything. The next is professional knowledge and understanding. We're talking about knowledge about what really makes the core, the basis of any good education system. What are curriculum structures? What is child psychology? What are learning theories? What is understanding of the subject? And then the most latest one, which we believe has now become the second nature for the teaching strategy. How do we really integrate technology on an everyday basis? I was having a word with Professor Goswami this morning, and he mentioned that what is the need of really moving to a flipped and a blended mode of learning, and hence it has been kept as a core skill set of the teachers in the NPST document. The third domain is professional competence and practice. We're talking about learning plans, lesson delivery. Basically, professional knowledge and understanding is what somebody should know when they're wanting to become a teacher. What is the core skill set that they acquire? And then what do they do with all of that knowledge inside the classroom has been put under competence and practice. How do we really practice it? How do we really take it to the classroom? So all of that there. But then once I've learned my core knowledge, I've had my understanding, started practicing, as a teacher, I should also be able to plan my own growth. Somebody needs to guide the teacher that, okay, there is a document, you have to use it, but how do you use that document? How do you plan your own professional development and your professional growth? So an entire standard has been put on professional development growth of teachers, that as a teacher, I should always know what is the next stage of my growth, how do I work on that, and how do I continuously get support from my colleagues and from my internal school colleagues and from my external colleagues. So that entire part has been created on professional development, identifying your own learning needs, reflecting on your practice continuously, and then engaging and participating in learning communities inside the school and outside the school. So these form the 4 core standards. Now, what does every domain under every standard look like? Just to share a small example on that. You see, you'd find these pages in the document. I've just picked up 2 examples out of the document. So let's say learning plans is a particular domain that every teacher should know about. So when somebody just enters the teaching profession as a beginner teacher, the skill criteria should be something like the person should be able to incorporate knowledge of learning taxonomies in creating learning goals and competency-based outcomes. So this is what a beginner teacher should know. But once they start practicing, as they move ahead, they need to be somebody who can set appropriate learning goals and outcomes using curriculum framework. And as they grow and they move towards becoming an expert teacher, they should be able to set high expectations and develop challenging yet achievable goals and outcomes. And such similarly, as they go forward and become a lead teacher, they take their competence to the next level. You see, what we're talking about here is that teaching profession should not be stuck at one place. There should be continuous growth in every single competence as well. So every domain has been divided into subdomains, has been further divided into 4 areas of growth, and has been put into the National Professional Standards of Teachers. There's another example on assessment, and it's been divided as assessment of, for, and as learning, exactly as NEP 2020 guides us to do, and then progression for a beginner teacher, a proficient teacher, expert teacher, and a lead teacher. Now, the document has been put in place. There's a lot of structures, there's a lot of work that has gone behind with an entire expert committee. But how do we really implement it? How do we really take it ahead? How does a teacher know about it? So an entire implementation committee has been planned around that. Madam Kesang Sherpa already mentioned about building a national center for teacher quality. The responsibility of the center is to make sure that every state is implementing NPST in a way that every teacher gets the benefit of that progression. So a quick illustration of what NPST implementation would look like for a new teacher or for an experienced teacher as we implement it. Let's go ahead and look at a case study. So let's meet Miss Preeti. Now, Miss Preeti is a 12th standard graduate. She's just moved out of 12th standard. And she's somebody who's seen her teachers. And she really loves the way her teachers work. Well, we don't have many Preetis these days. In fact, we don't have many parents who want their kids to be Preetis these days. But then, she is really passionate about teaching. Now, she goes ahead and she enrolls into a 4-year ITEP program, the recently launched ITEP program. She completes her 4 years and she really works hard. So she's completed B.Ed now from a very reputed teacher education institution. She's completed her school-based training, built her initial teacher profile, has worked on her evidences of skills. And she looks at the NPST document and she says, here are the beginner standards for a teacher. She maps her own skill set to the beginner level of standards and sees that, okay, I meet all of these standards, I'm ready for a job. So she goes ahead, does a teacher eligibility test, does an interview, does various things, and gets registered as a beginner teacher. Now, she's going ahead, she got a job, and Preeti is all excited to start her teaching career. She's ready, She's waiting for the joining date, and she meets somebody who's been a teacher for 20 years and has not had a progression. What would happen to Preeti's morale? Or she talks to her friend who went ahead and did engineering or went ahead and did something else and said, my career progression pathway looks like I'm going to move from being a software engineer to a senior software engineer to a manager to a vice president, and this is what my next 20 years look like. What would Preeti say? Well, I'm going to be a primary class maths teacher, and then I'll be dependent on my school and the government to tell me when would I progress next. Do you really want that for teaching profession? That's where NPST comes in. So NPST says, don't worry, Preeti, we are here for you. We know that you're scared by the stories of limited growth opportunities. We know that even teachers don't want their kids to become teachers anymore. We know all of those realities. So here, why don't you go and meet an NPST-led career progression management team? This NPST implementation expert will help you design your career progression from where you are today to the next 20 years, will help you in identifying, forget 20 years, how can you get the maximum growth within the next 10 years? And you can start your journey based on that. An entire implementation team which helps every single teacher in defining their growth pathway in terms of their status, in terms of their dignity, in terms of their financial growth, in every single possibility possible, right? Imagine the NPST expert says, okay, your friend might have wanted to become a software engineer because 5 years from now, they might want to go to a foreign country and work there, and that's an easy pathway, right? Here is a pathway that you achieve these outcomes under NPST, and 3 to 5 years from now, you could actually become a teacher in a foreign country, teaching there, becoming that teacher who was moving from India abroad because of the skill set and high qualities of teaching, and the world is looking for teachers like you. Would Preeti be excited then? Yes, no, maybe, guys? Yeah. So how are we doing that? She's completed her B.Ed. She's met her graduate teacher standards. She's joined school as a newly qualified teacher, and now she's become a beginner teacher. She works with the NPST document to achieve proficient teacher status. She goes ahead. NCTQ would have self-assessment documents, self-assessment tools where you could see that how far are you from a proficient teacher status. She'll be able to define what kind of professional development activities she needs to do. As Professor Goswami mentioned, they would be able to control their own growth, their own learning management, would be able to work on a learning management system. And then once they believe that they are ready, they would be able to apply to achieve a proficient teacher status, for which there will be an entire evaluation process. There would be a 360-degree feedback evaluation from various stakeholders. There would be evaluation of their skill portfolio done by an accreditation body. There would be a standardized assessment to identify whether they have really met the proficient teacher status or not. And with all those skill portfolios and skill structures identified, Preeti would be able to move ahead and become a proficient teacher. So she applies for proficient teacher status, participates in 360-degree evaluation, submits a portfolio and CPD certificates. Again, all planned CPDs focused on her career progression, and then she gets her proficient teacher status. She celebrates, she posts it on the social media as people do it these days. She says that now I'm a proficient teacher within the first 3 years of joining my teaching career. I did not have to wait for 10 years or 15 years for my first career progression. And now I'm moving ahead in the same stage because I love teaching primary students. So she repeats step 2 to 5 for her career milestones, and then works on to become an expert teacher, and then become a lead teacher. And reaches a lead teacher. Let me give you another example, right? So let's say there's Mr. Pinto. He is already a teacher, and NPST document is launched, and he wants to work on his profile and see where do I stand. Now, there'll be teachers who have 5 years, 10 years, 20 years of experience already. They want to see that, okay, we have beginner teacher, proficient teacher, expert teacher, and lead teacher. Where do I stand today? So there will be assessment tools available on the NCT platform where all the teachers would be able to go and evaluate themselves right now and identify where they are. So Mr. Pinto can actually talk to an NPST implementation expert who will tell him that between the proficient teacher and the expert teacher, You have some skill sets, some competencies which are missing, and you might be at a proficient status right now. You might want to work on a couple of CPD programs, build some skills, and then move on to become an expert teacher. So he starts doing that, and then he applies, initiates his CPD with NCTE approved institution, starts building his skill portfolio, receives feedback, applies for specialist teacher status, expert teacher status, and then moves ahead and becomes an expert teacher, and then repeats that completely again and again till the time he becomes an expert teacher, a lead teacher. These career progressions will help teachers to get that infinite growth back to their teaching careers. The entire document has been made with just one focus in mind. How do we make teaching aspirational? How do we bring the best talent back to the teaching profession? And how do we make teachers as the center of the education system and being somebody who attract the youth towards themselves? Imagine if every teacher could actually become an idol to hundreds of students who then say that my first preference is to become a teacher and then everything else. How do we turn teaching from a by chance profession to a by choice profession? And with all those intentions, with the vision of making India, the best education provider in the world, the entire NPST document has been created. Uh, I'd love to have questions from you if there are any, or we can get into the discussion mode later. But then this is what we have built, and we'd love to start with the panel discussion now. I'd request you to write down your questions because we'll have a Q&A round right after this panel discussion. We'd love to take all your questions there. Yeah, I'll just ask.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rishabh Khanna, for this wonderful presentation. We will now start the panel discussion, which will be moderated by Mr. Rishabh Khanna. I call our 6 esteemed panelists to the dais now. We have Professor Utpal Sharma, University Scientific Instrumentation Center, Govt University. Professor Sharma, can we have you here? I request Dr. Dulumani Das and Sauravi to kindly felicitate our panelists. Next, we have Mr. M.K. Mohanta. He is the principal of Pragjyotish College, and he is from the Department of Physics. We have Ms. Moshmi Mohanta, principal, Maria's Public School, Guwahati. Please, can we have you on stage? Mr. Ghanashyam Medhi, the principal, Ahom Jatiyo Bidyalaya. Dr. Torali Pathak, Assistant Professor, Department of Education, Cotton University. And Ms. Prabha Dastidar, she is the former principal, Army Public School. Ma'am. We welcome you, our dear panelists, to this occasion. Okay. Mr. Rishabh Khanna, may I hand over to you now?
Have one more chair for me somewhere. I don't know how will we put that. Let's put it that side maybe. Yeah. So before we start, I would request, I would like to take some basic feedback from all the panel members. Would you be comfortable in coming up here and speaking, or there? Here? Better? Great. So then what we'll do is we'll play musical chairs. So every time somebody comes, I'll sit in your chair. Then once you complete, I'll come back. And it's okay. Let's make it fun. Let's make it fun. So welcome back, everybody. We are now going to initiate a panel discussion on NPST. What we had done was we requested all the esteemed panel members to go through the entire document and select a particular theme out of the NPST document where they would like to share their thoughts about. So I'll be requesting and inviting all the members one by one to the dais. Once they've all shared their thoughts, I have a couple of questions that I would like to, ask them and take their feedback on, and then we will also open up the questions for the audience, and I'll collect the questions and then I'll ask to the esteemed panel members. So to begin with, can I please request all of you to put your hands together for all the panel members? They've taken out time, come here to make this event a success. So I will now start with Professor Utpal Sarma from Guwahati University. Sir, I request you to please come and share your thoughts.
Is it ready, the presentation? I've given the laptop. It cannot be connected this laptop there. So please.
So by the time the presentation comes up,
Okay, I can start.
right? So, we had this one small request that since we are running short on time and everybody is waiting for the entire event and the question and answers, I'm going to request all the panel members that we stick to the 5-6 minutes time limit that we have, so that everybody gets an opportunity to share, and then we move on to the question and answer round. Thank you so much.
Okay. Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, and esteemed colleagues. So I'm very happy to give me the opportunity to speak a few lines on this NPST. So I start with my points that came in my mind after reading the documents, NPST document. So it is clearly mentioned there, role of a teacher is not not the teaching and learning; it's a mentor and facilitator. So on that basis, I'll move ahead. So there, one point is there in the NPST document: challenges faced by the teachers. So there are 4 points mentioned. One is low salary, no growth, no mentor, and high stress. So according to my observation, just a subjective observation, if you give some weightage on those challenges, I find low salary, you can give 20% weightage on that. No growth, you have to give 40% weightage on that. And no mentorship is 30% weightage you have to provide. And high stress, maybe for the public institutions, but for government institutions, it is less, it's around 10%. So, as it is clearly mentioned there, so there are several stages of career progression: beginner teacher, proficient teacher, expert teacher, and lead teacher. So, when one teacher move from one stage to another stage, what are the professional requirements? It's clearly mentioned in the NPST document. Some points coming in my mind, so I just want to mention those points. If please go to the fourth slide, please. Fourth slide, please. Please go to the next slide. Okay. So this is the first stage, the beginner teacher. The professional requirement already laid down in the NPST document. But apart from that, what I feel, we need when we assess them, the ICT knowledge, because it is very important, because the teacher's profile, updation of the teacher's profile, creation some digital content for online teaching. So ICT knowledge for the teachers at the beginning level is very essential. The pedagogy, obviously, it is there, and regular feedback from the stakeholders is essential for assessing the professional requirement of a teacher. And this regular feedback is not only from the mentor or the supervisor, it should come from the students also, maybe from some selected batch of students. That feedback will help in improving their professional requirement. In the L1 level, the professional requirement is obviously ICT. The knowledge of ICT is essential in the present context. Pedagogy update, how much the teacher update his or her professional, proficiency in pedagogy. Then feedback from the stakeholders, obviously it should be included in the second level also. Then quality of the study material. Now we have to, since the teacher at the proficient level, the teacher is preparing some study material. So those study material, the quality of the study materials need to be evaluated. And practices on effective curriculum delivery. What are the different practices the expert teacher, proficient teacher is implementing for effective curriculum delivery? So that to be, measured for calculating his proficiency, his or her proficiency. Then administrative knowledge. From that onward, I feel the administrative knowledge should also be provided to the proficient teacher, because after some years, that teacher may lead to some administrative job role also. In the third part, the expert teacher, ICT knowledge is, I feel it's essential to measure the knowledge of ICT, because a regular update on ICT knowledge is essential. Then study material development, because already that teacher is as an expert teacher, so the teacher is able to prepare effective study material from from his or her experience in teaching for so many years. Then mentoring, that is also a parameter that to be incorporated for the teacher evaluation of the expert teacher. Mentoring of L1 level teacher and L2 level teacher. So level 1 teacher and level 2 teacher. Then innovative technique. What are the innovative technique that is implemented by that particular teacher in the expert level? So what are the innovative technique he or she is developing? Then administrative skill. So now I am not mentioning it is an administrative knowledge, I'm mentioning it is an administrative skill, because already administrative knowledge has been given to the teacher. In the fourth level also, measurement of the proficiency is required, where how much mentoring the teacher is doing, that need to be measured. ICT knowledge, obviously it's there, required. Study material development, that part should be there. And innovative technique on curricular implementation and administrative skill. So that professional requirement, these are the parameters I feel that need to be measured for establishing their profession. Now, technology integration, time is over. 1 minute. Okay. So technology integration, again, it's a very important part from all aspects, from all corners of our stakeholders, to design and implement an integrated education management system where entire database of the teachers and students, because when we collect feedback from the students, how will collect the student feedback from the students? So students database should be there. So that to be created through an integrated education management system where teachers database will be there. Teacher will update their own, profile, the digital content they are developing, the method they are implementing, all will be updated through that portal. So then feedback collection and analysis will also be through that particular portal. So a state can implement that particular mechanism. And evaluation of the learning outcome when a teacher teaches the in the domain of outcome based education. So the evaluation of learning outcome is essential. So based on the learning outcomes of a particular teacher, the feedback the teachers proficiency will be measured. Obviously review of teaching method based on learning outcome. And recommendation, if certain learning outcome is not observed from some particular teacher, then from this database one can recommend what kind of professional improvement is required for that particular teacher. That can be suggested. Then online courses for the teachers for professional improvement. Then I'll go a little fast because okay, so I'm coming to the okay. So this is one important point that I feel. The Teachers Education Training Institute, what should be the role of the teachers teachers education training institutes apart from the activity, normal activity going on in there in those institutions? The teachers will be trained in creation of digital content to ensure learning in the affective and psychomotor domain to the maximum extent. Use of existing digital content, teachers will be trained on that. Online assessment method in an effective manner, preventing unethical practices. Because of this pandemic, we are bound to do those things. Innovation on online digital content creation to fulfill partially the laboratory classes and classes for performing arts also, that teachers should be trained using those institutions apart from the normal activities. And incentives for the teachers should be there for training and creation of e-content. Then obviously the panel discussion like today, we can organize some panel discussions among the teachers to assess how they are implementing their practices on teaching learning of different topics. Say some teachers are teaching mathematics in a good manner. Our principals are from Assam Jatiya Vidyalaya is sitting there. They have some unique method for teaching mathematics. So can we institutionalize, or can we have some panel discussion to incorporate that to other institutions? Other institutions can take help of that. It's not moving. Okay, so this is all about my feeling about NPST. I thank all of you to be here with and listening my discussion. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And believe me, I did not switch that off. I don't know how it got off. Thank you so much. Please, sir. and some very interesting points there, right from the 4 stages of the teachers to what different stakeholders should be doing to what training institutions should be doing. I think there were a lot of takeaways. I would now request Mrs. Prabha Dastidar, former principal, Army Public School, to share her thoughts on the NPST document. Ma'am, basically your experience from the school and what you feel about the document is what we would really appreciate to know about.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, Cotton University, Professor Goswami, NCTE officials, and distinguished guests. In the knowledge ecosystem and the educational space, knowledge is the key, and education is a means to attain that key. Institutions are not places. They are psychological spaces where learners evolve as a person, their perspectives grow, and the space of not knowing is the space where learning happens. And that liberates him or her. So it is an inclusive magnetic field which holds learners in its web of inclusion. Who is a guru? G, you are you. The guru brings out the learner's own magnificence and its own excellence. Like, for example, in an university, the learner becomes universal. The focus is now on teachers, as the most important document here shows. And the teacher is always the eternal traveler. He never stops. He is the dispeller of darkness. He connects the learner to the whole from the parts. And we all know there is no Chandragupta without Chanakya. There is no Arjuna without Sri Krishna. Such is the importance of teachers. And we all know that excellence has always been sporadic, like fireflies, burning here, burning there. An IIT here, an IIM there, a Tendulkar here, a Ramanujan there. But if it has a national identity, a national character for collective greatness and organic growth, then all institutions could be the best. And that depends on the culture of creating knowledge, competencies of teachers, and the practices combined with rigor and discipline. Now, the world is talking about knowledge utilization, knowledge brokerage, knowledge dissemination, knowledge transfer. And in a country which has so much of disparity, approximately 130 crores people, more than 78 political parties, home to about 4 major religions, and about 230 ways of cooking the potato. Such is the disparity. And apart from those disparities, we have dysfunctional mindsets. Falling coconuts kill more people than sharks. But which is thought to be more dangerous? Sharks. So that is a dysfunctional mindset. It is time to re-engineer our mindsets and to tread on untrodden paths. I'm sure this will give us a lot to study on. Now, what is the educational landscape from our experience? I'll just give you a small story. A student in a residential school rings up what he thought was the canteen and asks for a cup of coffee. The voice on the other side says, "No, this is not the canteen. Do you know who you're talking to?" He says, "No." "Well, it's the principal's office." Then the student recovered and said, "Do you know who you are talking to?" "No," said the principal. "Thank God." And he keeps the phone. So this is a sort of an educational and as landscape. A student in a geography class was asked, "How many continents are there?" One student stood up and answered, "There are 8 continents." "Which is the 8th?" "We are not aware of it." The boy said, "Internet. Half or more people live there." So this is the type of the students that we have. So actually he was pretty on the dot that there are more people living on the internet with the technology invasion into our lives. Now, everyone tends to be very cynical about educational leadership. So we want teachers to touch our lives, embed qualities, values, which will be of prime importance. And excellence is not easy. That is about 3 hours of practice into 10 years in a row. So educational leadership is a function of practice. Secondly, the most important thing I can glean from my gurus so many years is the patterns of interference must be undone in classroom engagement. Because learners are the raw material that they must be able to morph to higher performance. Now, teachers need to create values rather than volumes. A man who went to school in a very expensive car, a Rolls Royce, Ratan Tata, he built and created the nano vehicle for the middle class segment. So, what did he do? He built values for volumes of people. That is what teaching needs to be done. Teachers, they need to do that. And also to show entrepreneurship in identifying new vistas of expansion of knowledge and opportunities. Teachers build sustainable future. They must be in currency with the latest developments. Now there was a climate change meeting, COP, and any other challenging factor for all of us. Teachers envision the future. That's another very important quality we need to imbibe. I'll just illustrate this with a small example. There was a boy once who wanted to meet the king in the kingdom, and he mindfully expressed and told the people he can make the king's horse fly. He was summoned to the court and asked to accomplish his feat, and he asked for a period of 6 months. In the meantime, he examined his options. Well, the horse could die, the king could die, or the horse could actually fly. So today we see, as you know, birds fly, today aeroplanes fly. So this boy had this neuro ability to envision the future. That is what we need to give to our students. Thought patterns become a reality. We need to give it to our students. Teachers need digital competence but interspersed with values. The artificial intelligence is here to stay. The metaverse, which is the latest concept, teleportation into your classrooms. These are all advantages for audiovisual realm. But the missing values could get your institutions compromised. You have to be careful. Scams, scandals, tax evasions are operating outside the moral construct. We need to ethically examine them. And since I have to shorten it up, teachers need to upskill to help scope, solve, prioritize, expand laterally to define the role of knowledge professional. Then the expression and communication. You've all heard about Mahatma Gandhi and what added muscle to his mass movements was his ability to be a leader and to have a lot of followers. Then when we hear about three important things, one is purpose, performance, and possibilities. We must, teaching is something which is beyond your own personal goal. It must be greater than your personal goal. That is when you show passion. There are some challenges in personal conduct, academic honesty, competency, and a teacher being able to live in change management, know-how in values, and of course, develop the local curriculum, networking skills, and of course, be broad pedagogical experts. Thank you so much for giving us a chance to express our ideas. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, ma'am. These were really enlightening words. And your storytelling is exceptional, I must say. I'm going to take your permission and use some of them in my sessions in the future. I would now like to welcome Dr. M.K. Mahanta, Principal, Pragya Jyotish College. Sir, we're waiting for your thoughts on the NPST document.
A very good afternoon to all of you. My respected Vice Chancellor of Govt University, Madam Sherpa, Member Secretary NCTE, and my esteemed participants here, my fellow panelists, and respected moderator, Rishabh Khanna. So I have been given this opportunity to speak here for 6 minutes that have been told to me earlier. So I have not prepared for the slides. So respected dignitaries and my dear participants, today we are discussing a very pertinent and important issues on which the whole NEP is depending on. That is the National Professional Standards for Teachers. In this regard, I would like to call about the development goals set up by the United Nations in 2016 March. That prior to that also there were the development goals in 2000 that have been called as Millennium Development Goals. But 2016, with a core of having a core on this education system, the development goal have been expanded with 17 charter. And the fourth charter of the development goal is particularly on this education system, that is the quality education. So once Malala Yousafzai, all of you have heard about him, the youngest Nobel laureate of this globe. She's from Pakistan. She told that all the development goals set up by United Nations is depending on the education system. So we have to be very careful in implementing this, and that is the idea of Government of India. And that is why this type of seminar and workshop is being held, to give and share some ideas from the educationist. Being a person involved in this field for long 25 years, I have some ideas in my mind that I want to share amongst you. Dear participant friends and my dear respected colleagues here. So teaching is the profession upon which all other profession depends. So we must be very much careful about this profession. During the recent past, several developed and developing countries around the globe have taken initiative to raise the standard of the teachers, as it has been found that economic and social progress of a country is connected with the students' achievement. There is a very precise study by UNESCO. I will give you the data at the end of my topic lecture. Next one is the student of some countries were unable to compete with their peers of some other countries because of their financial problems and some other disparities. Therefore, student learning is definitely connected with the teacher's effectiveness. In this regard, a line by William Arthur Wood may be quoted. The mediocre teacher tells, the good teacher explains, the superior teacher demonstrates, and the great teacher inspires. So we need all these four classes of teachers, but we should give more emphasis on the last two sections. The superior teacher demonstrates and the great teacher inspires. We have to inspire our students, then only they will come for learning. This professional standard for teachers can be traced back to the National Commission of Teachers Education and Profession Standards in 1946 by USA, whose primary objectives was to upgrade the status of teaching to a profession. But after 75 years, we are still debating on the need of the parameters to be set in the context of professional standards. My dear friends, all the clauses that will be sought to be framed and implemented within the ambit of a proposed National Professional Standard for Teachers, that is NPST, in India, under the backdrop of the National Education Policy 2020, must take into the consideration of the following observations. That is to me. You may not be agree with me too. Number one, defining scientifically based entry-level parameters. Many countries like Chile, Colombia, El Salvador, Mexico, Pakistan even, Peru, and some parts of Brazil have moved to incorporate the test in their hiring practices. That means the specific practices they have that co-opted this methodology. Likewise, in Ecuador, teachers are selected through use of combination of a test and a demonstration class. In India, it is the net or slate component, allowing persons with net slate. I am not against the net or slate. Please try to uh, understand my feelings. With net and slate, good academic background and publication profile, with or without oral interview to enter the teaching profession is a highly unscientific approach, because mere having a good certificate, gold medalist, he or she may not be a good teacher, because a good teacher should have some basic parameters. He have the communicating skill, or he or she has the communicating skill, and he should have the capacity to understand the feeling of the fellow students. So considering all these parameters, my observation is that it will be a top priority to bring the dropout students back into the educational fold, to prevent further students from dropping out, to achieve 100% GER in preschool and secondary level by 2030, which has been specifically, categorically mentioned in clause 3.1 in NEP 2020. And in this regard, the recommendations are development of a proper mechanism to identify the dropout segment, analyze the reason of their dropouts, and adopt appropriate remedial measures, and recruitment of properly trained teachers who have acquired the non-traditional skills to motivate students to make teaching worthwhile and attractive. And in NEP clause 5.20, which we are discussing here, a common guideline set of NPST will be developed by 2020. And in that case, I would like to recommend here that just like other professional bodies in India, like Medical Council of India, Indian Nursing Council, Pharmacy Council of India, Veterinary Council of India, Bar Council of India, etc. There are so many professional bodies who have their trainings before joining in their jobs, even in IAS also. But we need to have a professional body for the teachers also. Such a body, that is Education Council of India, that nomenclature may be different, shall provide license to qualified component and able persons to carrying out this profession within the country. Next, promotions and salary increases will not occur based on the length of the tenure of a teacher. That should be taken care of. I am concluding within 1 minute. In our case, after a service, having service of 20 or 25 years, we will move to the associate professor and professorship, and our salary also increases in that regard. But here, my observation and my suggestion is promotions and salary increase will not occur based on the length of tenure or seniority, but on the basis of such appraisal. And that has been categorically mentioned in NAP clause 5.20. And in this regard, I would like to a request to ensure the entry of trained teachers with professional mindset into the education sector. And next one, ensuring the continuous professional development of the in-service teachers through the NPST mechanism. With these few words, I would like to conclude. And once again, I would like to thank all the organizers to giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. I'd like to next call upon Ms. Mausumi Mahanta, Principal Maria's Public School.
Good afternoon to all the dignitaries present here. I hope I can stick to the 6 minutes that has been given to me. The National Education Policy 2020 envisions an Indian-centered education system that contributes directly to transforming our nation sustainably into an equitable and vibrant knowledge society by providing high-quality education to all. I would like to begin. Why did the need arise? India was ranked second last among the 73 countries in the PISA, which was held in 2009. PISA stands for Program for International Students' Achievement, and it basically tries to measure 15-year-olds' ability to use whatever they read, their science and mathematic knowledge and skills, to lifelong learning goals. Secondly, in many governmental and non-governmental surveys, it has been brought to light that over 5 crore students in elementary school do not have foundational literacy and numeracy. It means they cannot read and comprehend basic text. They cannot do subtraction and addition. I'm talking about basic subtraction and addition with Indian numerals. Thirdly, less than half of Indian graduates are employable, states the 8th edition of the Indian Skills Report released very recently. Most importantly, India is going to have the highest young population in the world over the next decade. Therefore, the educational opportunities that we create for them will determine the future of our nation. We must also remember that the entire landscape has changed dramatically, be it the global ecosystem, knowledge landscapes, environment landscapes. Therefore, 65% of students who have entered primary school today will be in completely new jobs which do not exist today. Therefore, it is important that we gear up to what lies ahead of us, And the NEP 2020 calls for a complete overhaul of the education system, wherein teachers will have to play a very, very important role. Professional development of teachers is very important, and that is the reason why the NPST is trying to work and lay down modalities. I would like to share that CBSE, in association with British Council, has already started on a project keeping the national education policy in light to give professional support to over 2,000 teachers with regard to competency-based education. And it is also planning to give 14,000 teachers support through a bank of integrated lessons that map to the competencies and sustainable development goals. In fact, if we are to bring about a complete change in the education system, teachers will have to move from content-based approach to a competency-based learning system. Teachers must be upgraded with the necessary set of skills to invoke intrinsic motivation in the students. That is motivation coming from within to learn. I think the first bell has already gone, so I'm going to quickly read the next point so that I don't waste time. So according to the NEP and the NPST, teachers are to have adequate knowledge of the subject content for achievement of standards, have the required ability to deliver quality competency-based lessons, is able to promote critical thinking and problem-solving skills in learners, is able to generate curiosity and inquisitiveness, have the passion to provide ample opportunities to learners to speak, create, evolve, and grow. And most importantly, we have to understand that we have to create inclusive classrooms. The practice of differentiated classroom is something that we all will have to understand, because no students are alike. And we have to customize learning so that we bring up the students who sit in the last benches. Dr. Kalam had said that the brightest minds of the country are to be found on the last benches of the classroom. So education has to be inclusive, personalized learning must be inculcated, and we have to remember that our classrooms are very, very diverse. They're inclusive, and today's students are plugged into technology. So teachers will have to move from a gatekeeper of knowledge, or simply a knowledge provider, to a facilitator and a mentor who is going to ensure that the learning that happens in the classroom will be learning for life. Assessments has to change dramatically. We have laid too much of emphasis on summative examination after teaching the curriculum or the content. Rather, assessment must be regular and continuous. That gives an opportunity to teachers to restructure the lesson plan, to reteach after gauging the difficulty levels of the students, or trying to understand what the students have learned from the content that was taught. So we have to move away from rote memorization to hands-on activities, skills that will help students look beyond and thereby transcend the NEP into reality. I think together we will be able to do it, but I do feel that it is a futuristic document, and we will have to move mountains in the first few years to make the implementation happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for sharing the thoughts, ma'am. And I agree with you that it's a very progressive document and we will have to work together on that. In fact, picking up just 2 points, you said, Dr. Kalam mentioned about the best ideas come from the back benches, the last benches of the classroom. In fact, you know what technology has done? When a teacher is actually taking an online classroom, almost every student and any student can just put their camera off, right? We're today teaching classrooms with all the students sitting in the back benches. Very few students in the front bench, that too intentionally. So imagine a teacher running a classroom with all backbenchers. So inclusivity is such an important thing there. So thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. Moving ahead, I now invite Mr. Ghansham Medhi, Principal Assam Jatiya Vidyalaya. Thank you so much.
Namaskar, respected dignitaries present here. Today I am going to present my viewpoint about this subject NPST, para 5.25 of National Education Policy 2020. I am giving my comment from my experience of 25 years teaching experience and 8 years experience as principal. Uh, I shall present here 8 points. Yes, next slide. My first point is selection procedure of teacher. There are 3 steps should be followed for selecting the teachers. Though the candidate have the required qualification, and the steps are written examination or test, classroom demonstration, which is most important, and oral interview. Already Mahanta sir has said, a good student, a brilliant student may not be a good teacher. That is why these 3 steps should be done. My next point is probation period for selected or appointed teacher. The job of a teacher should not be granted as permanent as soon as he or she is appointed. There should be a probation period of 1 year. During this probation period, the performance of the appointed teacher should be evaluated, and if found satisfied and fit, then he or she should get permanent status. If found lacking, then probation period should be extended for 1 more year, and they should be given scope for self-improvement. If one's performance is found unsatisfied or negative, then he or she teaching job will be his or her teaching job will get discontinued. The job of a teacher become permanent when the probation period is over successfully. Another important point is that every new teachers should be given training mandatorily at initial stage. These are some forms to evaluate the teachers. My third point is regular monitoring of lesson progress in monthly basis. The permanent teacher should go through a monthly checking process regarding the lesson progress and homework checking and other performances. This monthly monitoring should be conducted under the guidance of concerned principal or vice principal or head of the institute. And there are some forms. Using this form, we may evaluate the teachers. Students' assessment of teacher. Every year, the teacher should go through an assessment by their student. For that purpose, there should be a separate form in the school for the students to give their remark assessment on their teachers, and these assessments should be conducted annually. This exercise aims at improving the efficiency of the teachers and not to find his her fault or lacuna. My 5 point is performance-based increment promotion. Already Mohanto sir has told. Promotion and salary increment should occur only on the performance of the teacher, not on the length of the tenure and seniority. Performance record of teacher should be evaluated annually. The increment should be category-wise. Reward and incentive should be awarded to the well-performed teachers. Time-bound increment, extra benefit should be given to the efficient teacher to encourage the teachers. My sixth point is teachers training program. At least one training program should be mandatory for the teacher in a year. There should be a separate training cell for that purpose in education department. This cell will be responsible for conducting periodic training of the teachers. Training schedule should be fixed in such a way so that the regular classes of the school remain unaffected. My seventh point is efficiency on local language. The appointed teacher must be efficient in the local language of the concerned school so that healthy interaction can be present between the students and teacher. My eighth point is to attract the more talented and dedicated students to the teaching profession, especially in the primary and high school level. There should be a provision of higher pay package and other facilities as enjoyed by doctors, engineers, and other higher rank work officers. Teaching profession should be promoted to that higher level. The above mentioned steps are feasible in real life, and we have been implementing this procedure, except the point 8, in our school since its inception. National Education Policy 2020 is very good and pragmatic and systematic in this changing social milieu, and I hope, if it is implemented in true sense and actively and wholeheartedly, India would go under a vast sense. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I think some very good examples of implementation of the things that NPST is actually talking about. So we would love to take further feedback from you on the forms and maybe see how what all can be integrated. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Tarali Pathak. I hope I am pronouncing the name correct. Tarali Pathak, is it? Yeah. Assistant Professor, Education Department, Cotton University.
Namaskar. Respected NCTE member, Madam Sherpa Madam, my guru, Dr. Nilima Bhagavati Madam, my teachers who taught me, who is sitting here, my colleagues and my friends. So I have just started my teaching career and I am daring to speak in front of this learned gathering. So pardon me if I say anything wrong. I would like to touch the topic, the theme, teaching as a profession in the 21st century in context of NPTS. So what our society expects from the teachers. So the teachers who has not only profound subject matter knowledge, but also the teachers who are morally and ethically strong. The teachers who not only devote themselves for the development of students, but also devote themselves for their own development, own professional growth. The teacher who has perseverance for our cultural heritage, as well as the teachers who are equipped with modern technology. So the job of teacher is not easy, as most of the people thinks, and the standards, the criterias laid down by national professional standards for teachers will prepare the teachers to take up this difficult job in an efficient way. So teaching as a profession in the 21st century, we need passionate teachers, the teachers who love teaching. But in the present time, we see that I have also seen so many students who want to be a teacher, who has the passion for teaching, but they cannot enroll in a teacher educational institute because the cost is too high. And I think this is a hurdle while achieving the objective of making our teachers or selecting the teachers who are passionate about teaching. Secondly, there is a criteria that ICT will be used as a measuring criteria for teachers' development. ICT in the classroom, using the ICT in the classroom. But there is disparity in basis on the basis of regions, right? There are some schools who doesn't have the proper basic infrastructural facilities. Some schools are there who doesn't even have the electricity also. So we have to see that, no, we want to make this professional standard for all our country, but we have to be flexible while implementing it. And we see that the number of students in the private schools are increasing. There are various reasons for that, but we have to see this, and NPST will be implemented in both private and public schools, and we have to see that while implementing this in private schools, we have to see the economic and job security of the teachers. And there is a point that the NPST ensures that well supported and uh, deserved teachers will be there at all stages of education. But there are so many schools where the number of teachers are less than the number of classes, so it is very difficult to support that thing. But I think the new education policy has come up with an idea of cluster schools, and it will help to use the resources of neighboring schools. Then one thing I like very much in this document, that not only the teaching skills will be evaluated. Generally what happens for the promotion of the teachers, we evaluate only teaching skills and this your subject matter knowledge. But in this document it has been said that we will be evaluated on the basis of the values and ethics that we have. And I think that NCT has already devised an objective method of measuring this ethics and values, because we need it in present society, because this is degrading and students imbibe us, and we need these values. And there is one point, that the in-service teacher education, it has been mentioned that it will be a part of the career advancement scheme. But this is a very good point, because what happens that teachers, they have only the pre-service teachers, and after that they do not feel the need of or necessity of getting the in-service teacher education program. But as it has been laid as an criteria for advancement in the teaching profession, in their career, that is why it is a very good point. As the time is short, it is like hatimari bhurukat bhoroa, or camel going through an eye of a needle. So I want to conclude that if we work together, as madam said, if we can work together, we can achieve these goals, and we will see a changed scenario of our education system. Thank you. Dhanyabad.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tarali. I can tell you one thing for sure, that was a very good review of the document. And I'm sure your guru sitting here, Professor Nilima, she would be feeling so proud of you right now. Right, Professor? If your student is able to deliver that, I think our work is done very well. Before we go ahead with the question and answer round, I would request Professor Sangeeta to felicitate the chief guest, please.
We are so pleased to announce that the chief guest of today's program, the Honorable Chairperson, NCTE, and also the Additional Secretary, Ministry of Education, Government of India, Sri Santosh Kumar Sarangi, has arrived. He is in our midst now, and we would like to felicitate you, sir, with our tokens of love and appreciation. May I request Dr. Saurav Thakur to kindly do the honors. Thank you. The panel discussion will continue now, and Sir will speak to us in the next session, in the beginning of the afternoon session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll now be taking up a few questions with the very learned panel that we have here today. I've prepared a set of questions, and I think considering the role that all of the panel members play in their lives, I'm going to ask specific questions, and then we'll open the question answer round to the audience. So, well, I would like to start with the last speaker. You waited for a very long time. So, and it's something which is related to the present world. And we want young teachers, we want young education experts to basically lead the complete education profession now. So, you see, the students in schools today were born in a world of internet, right? I think most of the learners in schools today can't even imagine a world without internet, right? If you ask them, if you tell them that there was a time when the phones were only corded and we had to go to receive a call, they were like, how did you even live in that world? So we're talking about that world where they can't visualize a world without the internet. So are the teachers, according to you, able to see the world with the same lens as the students? And what are the top skills of teachers that can help them to stay connected with these students today and in the future? So would love to have your feedback on that.
Okay. So for most of the teachers, as we experience, for most of the teachers, as we experience that it is not, possible for them to see the world as the students are, seeing, because the students, they are used to this technology even after their birth. But most of the teachers who are teaching in schools, they have this technology in the later years of their life. So it is very difficult to see the world as students are seeing, because as I am not so old, but the students, the students who are teaching, who are in our institute also, in our university also, they know much about technology than us. We are trying to do that. And the second part of the question is that what skills we need. Basically, the first skill we need is to, we have to accept, we have the ability to accept that the world is changing. Some people may say that the online teaching is what? Online teaching is not good for the present time situation. It is so boring. But this is the only way that we tried, we used in from the last year, and this is helping us, and that acceptability is needed, the willingness to learn. Then the skill to understand the mental ability of the students, because it is true that online learning is the only way now, but the students who are sitting out there, behind a black screen, they they feel bored. So we have to use some other measures also while teaching. So these are certain skills that to understand the mental abilities, to mental conditions of the students. Their empathy is needed there, because some of the students, they don't have that facility. They don't have that facility to continue their education, because some of the students, they don't have the proper internet facility, and some students, they don't have the devices also. So we have to be empathize with them. So we should try to learn to teach both in online mode and both in offline mode. That means in a blended way, effectively.
Thank you so much. That was a wonderful answer indeed. Thank you. I'd like to go to Dr. Utpal next. Sir, in your opinion, what does a healthy student-teacher relationship mean in 21st century? And what are the major issues around having a healthy relationship today? So we've always talked about Indian teacher-student Guru Shishya Parampara as being the core of the Indian education system. But then today, teacher-student relationship has been redefined. According to you, what is it and what are the issues around that?
So I feel that Guru Shishya relationship in the ancient India was very friendly. Though we think it's a there is a big wall between the Guru and Shishya, I think it's not like that. And still, I find that kind of wall has not been created. I mean, very strongly, though it is there. So my perception, and being a teacher for last 22 years in higher education institute, I feel students are very good, and we have to, I mean, bring them to our domain by mentoring them. And if we get connected with the students, we can make, make any changes that we need, that we feel is required for the student, we can make. So my perception is, if we get connected with the students, then we can make the changes.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing. I'd like to go to Miss. What was the name? I'm searching for the name. Miss Mausami Mahanta. So I know you by face, but I was searching for her name actually. One core question, that considering that technology plays a key role in education delivery today, right? So imagine if I came to you and I was designing the entire curriculum for preparation of teachers, and technology and the changing world requirements, changing students' personality, what would be the key skills you would want education curriculum designer to put in for teacher skill set, so that when that teacher reaches your school, you are an acting principal right now, you're a principal right now, right? So let's say a teacher has to come to teach in your school in the year 2026, 2025, 2026. What would make that teacher an ideal teacher? Somebody who enters the class and you know that, okay, the teacher has been impacted from day one. What would be the wish list of skills that you would want in that teacher?
Yes, there'd be so many. I really don't know where to start from. I think a teacher walking into my school, the first thing that I'm going to look at is, will this teacher be able to befriend the students who he or she is expected to teach? As I said earlier, the teacher's role has changed. It is required of the teacher that she also knows, the movies that students like watching, or the games that they are into. Because to understand the students better, the teacher will have to know the students in and out. Most importantly, a teacher must have ITC skills and media skills. Media skills are also very important because we have already entered the world where we all understand that hybrid learning is going to be the learning for the future. The pandemic has shown us that it's not only offline education that is beneficial, or offline classes that is beneficial, but online classes can also be extremely progressive and beneficial if the teacher knows how to capture the attention of the students. And so much can be done at the click of a button. We can actually take a virtual tour of the entire world. In fact, a teacher can also be a counselor to students to help them choose the universities after class 12. She, along with the students, can take a virtual tour of the universities that the students are aspiring for. So much can be done nowadays. So that is what I feel. I mean, we have to become, companions of the students, to really understand them better,
Right.
apart from teaching only what is there in the curriculum.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And in fact, if I look at all the skills that you mentioned closely, each one of them is a superpower. Do you realize that? So basically, a teacher is a superhero who's going to come to the classroom and is going to transform students' lives.
Yeah.
So thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And most importantly, as I already mentioned, a teacher has to understand that, she's teaching a classroom that is inclusive, has to be inclusive.
Absolutely.
And customized learning is a must today. Otherwise, we
Absolutely.
cannot reach each and every student.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. Can you please pass on to Mr. Ghansham Midhi? Sir, you had mentioned in your presentation on various methods that you currently use in your school
Yes, sir.
to evaluate teachers, to to continuously support them in learning. So, what according to you is the importance of lifelong learning for teachers, and how should a teacher plan their continuous professional development along with daily teaching and learning routine? Because they're already doing a lot, right? And in that entire process, if a teacher is made responsible now to plan their career professional development, which, by the way, NPST wants the teachers to do, a teacher should be responsible for their growth, not the accountability and the responsibility should be on them while an entire ecosystem supports them. So, if you had to give a suggestion to a teacher, a new teacher or an experienced teacher to design their continuous professional development pathway themselves, what would be your suggestions and how important is lifelong learning for them?
I think that I mentioned those process, continuous evaluation. It is important. Practically, we see that a good student when join as a teacher, after getting the permanent job, he in school, uh, his performance gradually go downwards. So that is why I am mentioning here what we are doing in our school, continuous evaluation process annually. I think that up to 10 years or 15 years, he has to face this continuous evaluation. After that, he may relieve from it.
Okay, got that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, Mr. Kancham mentions that continuous professional development has to be a continuous part, and instead of uh, professional development happening as multivitamin capsules coming once in a year, it has to be a continuous dose of nutrients on an everyday basis so that a teacher continuously grows, right? That's wonderful. Sir, I would like to come to you, Dr. Mahanta. You mentioned that teachers' growth and appraisal should not be based on the tenure, but should be based on their competence, right? So, like we evaluate students, their learning to measure their progress, right? Uh, on an annual basis, on a weekly basis, monthly basis, we evaluate them. Do you think there should be a teacher skill evaluation also put in place?
Yes.
How often should it be done, and how should it be done? Just your key thoughts on that.
Yeah. Yes, I have categorically mentioned in my presentation there that in this profession, because every sustainable development goals, I repeatedly saying that everything depends on the education. If the country, the people of the country is not well educated, then the country will not explore. One good survey was done by UNESCO. I have to mention there itself in my presentation. I could not do it due to the time constraint. That if you give 1 year more extra education to the citizen of a country, all over the globe they have studied it. Out of 143 countries, they found it that if you give 1 more year of education to the citizens, then your poverty level goes down to 10%. That is a very vital point to be taken care of. So since you are you are in a mechanism where you are producing the human resources, so your mechanism should be very precise and very perfect. You are not preparing any machine or making any machine. You are making the human resource. So if you have to make it a resource, then you must be a resourceful person. Research must be resourceful. But I am not categorically mentioning all of you. Unfortunately, what I have seen in my long 25-year journey as an education in the field of education, many of us, including me, I am not excluding myself from this part. So including me, whenever we get a permanent job, stagnancy comes there. Okay, I have got the security, then okay. We are doing the orientation course for 20 days and 20 days refresher course doesn't refresh anything, I think so. If we join there in university, go to the orientation program and do the refresher courses, are you being refreshed? Are you being oriented to do something? If I ask a science graduate here, science teacher, how many stages of matter here? A physics teacher, abruptly they will say 3. But that is absolutely wrong. In this 21st century, if the science teacher says that there are 3 stages of matter, you should have sympathy for him or apathy for him or her. Because for 5th stage of matter, people have got the Nobel Prize. So you see the apathy of our teachers. Many of our science teachers do not know how many stages of matter are there. I'm sorry to say. So there should be some Yeah, rewarding and your not punishment actually. There should be some. Yes, I should like to say that word punishment even. Being a principal, I have to write down the ACR for promotion. This is a mere mechanism. I have to write down blah blah blah. Automatically they will get the promotion to the next stage. And once they attain the higher level stage, they will say you the thanga. Because we have nothing to do. Automatically they will go to the associate professor level.
Right.
I am sorry to say many of our, not many, a few of our teachers, without doing anything, even writing a single article in the little magazine even, they have gone to the level of associate professorship. Why? There should be some barrier. I am not against you. Please excuse me if I am wrong somewhere. We have to inculcate ourselves. You have to study because this is the 21st century, because our students are very, very intelligent. उनका हाथ पे मुट्ठी पे दुनिया है मैं যদি preparedness লৈ পেলাই ক্লাছত নাযাওঁ our students are very intelligent they will not reciprocate you but they will judge you that oh মেমে এইখিনিও নাজানে ছাৰে এইখিনিও নাজানে yeah exactly I agree I agree that's why I am not categorically mentioning everyone
So we are not generalizing, of course. Yeah. But these are personal thoughts, right? And
Yes.
Dr. Mahanta, we hear you loud and clear. What you're saying is there has to be a measure of measuring teachers' competence and skill set as well.
Yes.
And if we, as teachers, are expecting growth like other professions,
Yes.
we should be evaluated like every other profession.
Yes.
Thank you so much,
I
sir.
am telling, including myself. I am not excluding myself.
No.
Please.
We all understand, sir.
If I am wrong somewhere, please excuse me. I am considering myself to be in that group. I am also somehow lagging behind. So we have to try ourselves to uplift ourselves because
course.
education is a lifelong process. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. And finally, I'd love to come to Mrs. Prabha Dastidar, ma'am, with your experience of, actually educating so many generations, I'll say, right? A couple of generations easily. I'm sure you would have had families where the parents came and said, ma'am, you taught me and now my kid is coming to your school. I'm sure you've had that experience.
I
So-
have many parents here, in fact.
Absolutely. So you see, teachers have always played a pivotal role in child's development. And it's not today or yesterday, it's since always. What do you think are the major changes being observed in the teacher's role specifically in the last decade? So let's consider 2011 to 2021 specifically. And when I'm talking about this decade, I'm talking about the time when we started preferring smart boards over smart teachers. We're talking about the last one decade where we expect everything from a teacher, but then the role has not really evolved. So what do you think are the major challenges and how has the role changed over the last one decade?
The first challenge I would say was the failure to adapt. And what they need most is adaptation to a new kind of a situation. So, what schools normally do is within their available resources, whatever they can do, they do it because we need to be a resourceful teacher. The word resource means rehashing the source, but they don't have the requisite training to rehash the resources. So that was one of the things we felt was a challenge. And of course, interpersonal relations between teachers and students. The objectivity for which is required in any kind of evaluation, that leaves much to be desired because very often we feel it's more subjective than objective. It could be. So these two were one of the major challenges
Completely
for
agree.
us.
Completely
And
agree.
of course, communication. I always think whatever skill sets they should be learning through curriculum at the level, when we try and interview them, they always fall short. And I feel these days to get to have an intense intellectual debate in the classes, we need a teacher who knows how to negotiate, who knows how to speak in every kind of knowledge dissemination.
Right.
But that is something, a hurdle for us.
I completely agree.
So,
Completely with you
and
on
of
that.
course, digital competence is very important. Now with metaverse coming, we need to ask how many have actually read it and what teleportation in the classes
let's
could
do a
be.
quick survey here. How many of us have heard about metaverse? What is metaverse? I'm sure the average person raising the hand would be below 30 or 35 years of age. What is metaverse? Average. You see, that's what we're talking about.
Yes, that's coming now, and our
Yeah.
teachers would need to adapt
Yes,
because all
absolutely.
the younger generation have heard about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
these challenges must be overcome and must be addressed in your
Got it.
document.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so
Thank
much.
you so much, ma'am. I think some amazing answers from the panelists here today. Would you agree? Yes, no, maybe? How many of you are saying yes? Show me your hand. How many of you are saying no? How many of you are not on either side? Come on. Okay, let's open up the dais for the questions from the audience now. I'd requested you to keep noting down your questions for the panel, for me. We are ready for the questions now. We will be spending, very little time, and let's collect some questions. Anybody who wants to share something or ask something, let's start. Uh, can we have somebody to take the? You want to share or you want to take the mic? You want to take the mic? Thank you. So there, somebody's there. So a total of 3 questions now, and then we'll go for lunch. And post lunch, we can of course talk over the lunch, and we'll take it from there.
A very good afternoon, first of all,
Very good
and I get privileged for giving me this opportunity to share my views. Actually, this is not my question. I just want to add up what I have thought regarding teaching as a profession. As I'm a teacher from education department, and we deal always with the students, with the teaching and the learning process only. And first of all, I just want to speak one of the definition defined by Swami Vivekananda regarding education. That
Ma'am,
education.
can I please? I'm so sorry. I'm interjecting here. I'm so sorry.
I'm
We are actually on a schedule. I would love
okay.
to invite you for
Okay.
a complete, sharing of the thoughts later. But just focusing on the questions. We have
Okay,
time for
okay.
3 questions.
Actually, I'm
ma'am.
coming to the point only
Let's
because
go
he
now.
was talking about manifestation of divine perfection, which is already in the individual.
Right.
And it is the role of the teacher to manifest their divine perfection, which is already in the very individual. And that very individual is the every child present in a classroom.
Absolutely.
And that is why the ideal teacher, they should, besides the teaching professional standards, the teacher should always know how to identify the potentialities of every child. Unless and until the teacher is not able to identify the innate potentialities of the child, we cannot say that the teacher is the ideal teacher. And
Absolutely.
another one, just with your due permission,
Sure.
the high expectations should be kept from the teacher towards the students. Many of the students have shared along with us that earlier they had the weakness of speaking or weakness or presenting something or related to different criteria. But just because somewhere, someday, some great teachers have given that hope, that given the confidence in the students, they have come up now today. They could able to speak, they could able to
Right.
have the love for English, love for mathematics, and love for science.
Right.
And it is only possible because of the teachers. And besides, that is why I have just stood up and taken this time for you,
Absolutely.
from you, sir, that as a teacher, besides all the standards, besides all the competence, as a teacher, the teacher personally should have a passion, a very high passion, which my friends already have already mentioned, have a passion for teaching, and along with that, high expectation from the teachers, and they should know how to connect with the students to identify the innate potentialities
Can
of
I
the child.
add something
Thank you
to
so
that?
much.
I'll just address what you mentioned. In fact, very
Yes.
important points, both
Yes.
of them, including every student in the class, and having high expectation of the learners.
Yes.
You'd be very happy to know, and I should see the smile on your face once I tell you this.
Okay.
Both of
Yes.
these points are a part of the National Professional Standards of Teachers.
Yes, I have seen it.
Both
I
of
have
them.
been going through. Yes.
High expectations from teachers for the students is standard 3, first domain, first subdomain.
Yes,
Learning
sir.
experiences, you'll find teachers should have high experiences, high expectations from the learners. So we are looking to a very progressive document, and
Yes, sir.
I would require your support, all of our supports to make this document a success. So we should be really looking at the document again and again and sharing our feedback. And thank you so much for sharing
Yeah,
your
thank you
thoughts.
so
Really
much.
appreciate that. So, question number 2. Comment or question? Okay. Dr. Kalam said backbenchers make the nation. We have to ask, listen to you.
I teach economics in Guwahati Commerce College, and what I have observed that we are talking about the quality, but quality and quantity cannot go at a time. And that is the real situation in the colleges particularly. Say this year we have admitted 800 students in degree first year. So Professor Utpal has said about use of ICT. We are expert in ICT. Our 80% teachers have PhD ICT expertise, but the problem is that the timetable routine is so tight that we have no time to go for use of the ICT, particularly in the general colleges.
Right.
That is one. Then that what Manoj has said, that is the right and reality, that there is a defect in the system of selection of the teacher. And I'm a teacher by choice. But if some people are coming to the teaching profession by chance and by the default of the system, that cannot be repaired. And so there should be a harsh steps to improve the situation. And there are some things that what we cannot disclose in a public meeting.
Right.
So I will not explain. So thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. No, wait. Now I want a question, not a comment. Is it a question or a comment?
It's a question, sir.
Question. Good. Thank you.
Regarding the ICT classroom and other infrastructure, we are thinking about evaluation of student, evaluation of teachers, but we are not thinking of evaluation of infrastructure and ICT and teaching aids.
Right.
I think this should be included in the pattern, whatever is made, and ICT classrooms and smart classrooms should be provided with.
Absolutely.
Because
Completely agree with you.
in present situation, students are very much adapted to the ICT parts. So if we say something out of ICT aids, there cannot be so much.
So what's your question?
My question is, infrastructure should be evaluated in every part of schooling to universities. Infrastructure should be developed properly.
But that's a comment. What's your question?
Sir,
You see, that's cheating. Are you a teacher or a cheater?
no, sir.
Just kidding. Thank you so much for participating. Let's go to the next person, please.
Can I have my say, please?
Can we come here, please? Sir, please. We'll start with you and then we'll go ahead.
A lot of concern has been expressed about teachers not meeting the expectations. Now, I would like to know if the NPST has any scheme whereby the aptitude of a teacher is going to be judged before entry into the profession.
Thank you so
Because
much.
then maybe we can have a lot of...
That's a wonderful question, sir. There's an entire system being devised on entry criteria for somebody to enter the profession, right? Well, one such system is already there. We, as NCTE, are already looking at improving the efficiency of that system, which is called teacher eligibility test today. But then, other than that, for every stage of the teacher's career progression, there are going to be different form of assessments and evaluations so that we have the right teachers in the profession, and only the right teachers are able to move ahead. So that is all a part of this document and the plan of implementation. The major role of National Center for Teacher Quality, NCTQ, is going to be to make sure that quality professionals are entering the teaching profession and their quality is maintained as they move ahead. So I hope that I answer your question.
Good afternoon, sir.
We'll say a last question.
Good afternoon, sir. Good
Hi.
afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. You know, just before you go, Professor Sangeeta is saying that you can take the question, but then they'll get cold food. So it's your choice, actually. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I gave them a option.
Sir, NSPT main aim and objective is to produce quality teachers. So without the sufficient number of teacher educational training institute, how it is possible and how it will be achieved? Is there any suggestion from NAP?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for asking that question. And you see, these are all the questions that are running in our mind, not from today, but from when NEP 2020 was launched, that what will be the implementation plan, right? A lot of documents come and go, but what is the implementation? What we're talking about here in case of NPST is since we have the skill set and competencies defined now, we're going to work on identifying the right training institutions who would be given a curriculum to implement these training programs for every stage of teaching, teaching career, every stage of their progression. when a teacher moves from a proficient teacher to an expert teacher, what exactly they have to be trained on, and how they have to be trained on, that is everything which is a part of the implementation plan. So there will be enough teacher training centers, resources available online, offline, blended mode for anybody to be able to take that pathway of growth.
Excuse me, sir. Uh, excuse me, sir.
Yeah, right there.
Can I share my?
Can I please just finish that
Yeah,
one,
yeah, yeah.
if you don't
Sure,
mind?
sure, sure.
So does that answer your question?
Yes, sir. Moreover, sir, one clarification just. Since 10+2 existing system is replaced by 5 plus 3 plus 4.
5 plus 3 plus
5
3
plus
plus
3
4.
plus 3 plus 4. So, a person who teaches in the Balvatika, will he be able to teach in the secondary stage? Because the standards for teachers will be different.
Absolutely.
This
So-
will not be same.
So you see, if you look at the standards,
Yeah.
they are stage agnostic. They're not dependent on this standard for primary school, this standard for secondary school. However, the context will change. Your experience will change, right? So everything will be a part of the implementation plan, and you would see all the details there, right? And I would like to stop here. Hard stop, I'm so sorry, but I'll take your question personally. Does that make sense?
It was not a question.
Then I don't want to talk to you.
Okay, sorry. That's all right.
I'll talk
But
to you
still,
separately.
I would like to express my feelings
Please tell me.
because a small point was there. If you give me spare 1 minute for me, so
Okay,
I would like to
your
say.
60 seconds start now.
Oh my God! Then I'll get tensed. It said that tell me I'll forget, teach me I may remember, and involve me I'll learn. That's the same thing. Can't we implement in our teaching learning process for the teachers also?
Absolutely.
Right. So that is the. Can we have this approach for teachers trainings? Right, because I know that CBSE is moving forward. Yeah, it is taking the this in collaboration with other things. It is going forward. So in our system, like Vivekananda Kendra Vidyalaya, we have this system that we involve the teachers, right? And we say that each teacher is a resource person. Okay, can't we have that forum where all the teachers comes together and share their feelings, share whatever they know, right? Because each teacher is a gem. Something or the other it comes, and whatever our teacher this policy says, it is really fantastic. I will say whatever is coming up, the continuous evaluation and the teaching methodologies, this what to say experiential learning, right? It's hand-on activities. So until the teachers do it, how is it possible? Just that yes. So that is my
So
just
I answer your question.
feelings.
So your question was,
Yeah.
can we do it for the teachers? My answer is yes, we can.
Thank you very much.
Right? Thank you so much. It was a pleasure speaking to all of you. I hope you enjoyed the session, and we'll wait for you in the second session, which is on National Mentoring Mission, something that the entire country is looking forward to, because imagine every learner, every teacher having a personal mentor. So stay here. We'll wait for you on the other side of the break. Thank you so much. Of the panel members.
They say all good things have to come to an end. And so even though this was such an interesting and exciting development session with so much active participation, because of time constraint, we have to end here. May I request the dignitaries to please proceed to the dining hall. We are going to part for lunch now. It is 2 p.m. We try to come back here by 2:30 so that we can start the second session on NMM as soon as we can. Please do come back after lunch, as the chairperson is going to address you after the lunch. I thank all the panelists for their wonderful deliberations and the interactions, and all the audience for their questions. Thank you so much. And we expect to have you back here after lunch. Thank you. Welcome back to this post-lunch session on the open house discussion. This session is devoted to NNM, National Mission in Mentoring. But prior to that, I would like to request the chief guest, the Honorable Chairperson, NCTE, and Additional Secretary, Education, Government of India, Shri Santosh Kumar Sarangi, to kindly address the gathering. Sir. Actually, from the days it was this.
Good afternoon, everybody. The VC of Cotton University, my colleague, Member Secretary of NCTE, Ms. Kesang Sherpa, the esteemed guests who have been invited to today's session. Post-lunch session is always a challenge. So for Khushbu and her team, who will be speaking to you on mentoring, I wish them a lot of luck. Nevertheless, the first session, I came during the fag end of the first session, and I could make out that it was a very invigorating session, a very thought-provoking session, and I was particularly touched with the level of involvement of all of you. The way you were trying to participate, the way all of you got involved is actually very heartening and encouraging for us. With the rollout of national education policy, which was unveiled in July 2020, there are a lot of tasks which need to be carried out to ensure that the vision of national education policy, the objectives, the intent is actually carried out in practice. So the building blocks of national education policy is based on the principles of equity, the principles of inclusion, principles of affordability, and on all of these, different state governments, central government, and central government organizations like NCRT, NCTE, CBSE, all of them have been entrusted with a lot of tasks. So, 3 or 4 major tasks which NCTE has been entrusted pertain to rolling out 4-year integrated B.Ed program. In the morning session, I was hearing some of you who were mentioning that choosing the profession of teachership should be an option and not a chance. So, if somebody is consciously taking a decision to become a teacher, then he or she is preparing herself accordingly for a career in teachership. And keeping this in mind, we are rolling out a pilot of 50 numbers to ensure the rollout of 4-year integrated program, and this program will be aligned with the NEP objectives, and accordingly the curriculum has been reframed to align itself with the NEP objectives. Similarly, National Professional Standard on Teachers is something that all of you heard of in the morning, and in that the objective is to define what a teacher should be at different stages of one's career, at different stages of one's profession. What should be the professional standard for an entry teacher, for a proficient teacher, for an expert teacher, and a lead teacher is something which is the rubrics of this is being defined under NPST. Why are we trying to do this? As somebody, I think you had some excellent panelists. I must compliment the organizers for drawing some excellent panelists. So somebody was rightly pointing out that a teacher has to keep pace with the changing times. The knowledge transfer earlier used to happen in the family, in the society, and in the classroom. But now the students have much wider platform for knowledge transfer. They are sometimes much smarter than the teachers themselves. So the process of knowledge transfer will have to change. And as somebody was pointing out, preparing yourself to online teaching, to hybrid teaching, to blended learning, all of this is extremely essential. And then understanding the way in which the children try to capture knowledge is also very essential. Now, gamification is something which is coming into being in a very big way. By playing computer games, mobile games, the children have the opportunity to learn. Similarly, by involving them in the classroom through graphics, through animation, through e-content, the children tend to learn much faster. As the children are becoming smarter, there are a lot of studies which show that the attention span of children is not more than 10 minutes. So if you speak to a class for more than 10 minutes at a stretch, then the children tend to disengage from the classroom. So to keep them engaged, you have to devise new practices, new methods, new ways of keeping them engaged, keeping them involved in the classroom. So building in these kind of features where you build in assessment tools, you build in display of graphics, display of videos, will actually keep them engaged. So NPST is looking at this. Another way of so we are also in the process of designing a tech platform where a teacher sitting in Kerala, sitting in Assam, sitting in Meghalaya can also do a self test and see for himself or herself at what stage of professional standard does he or she belong to. And then designing, I think Risha was mentioning about the implementation plan, and designing a set of institutions which can cater to the further professional need of a teacher. So whether it is SCRTs, whether it is diets, or a lot of private institutions which will come into being, which will offer modules, courses, blended form, in physical form, in online form, where the teachers will have the opportunity to increase their professional standards. As far as the mentorship mission in school is concerned, this is something that we look forward to with a lot of hope, with a lot of optimism. And as Khushbu and her team will present to all of you, and I believe the panelists will also be talking to you about that, mentorship should not be confused with capacity building. It should not be confused with training. It should not be confused with tutoring. A mentor and a mentee relationship is a relationship which is based on the process of self exploration, process of reflection, and the mentor, through years of experience, through years of knowledge, is actually enabling the mentee to find out the solution for a problem which he or she might be facing. So if a mentor is mentoring about 10 mathematics teacher, then the mentor is not actually teaching mathematics to the mentees. It is only enabling and creating a platform through which the mentees realize their own potential. Somebody was talking about potential realization in the morning session. So the mentor is actually helping the mentees to realize their potential and find a solution which suits their context, which suits their local requirements, which suits their local needs. So these are some of the new initiatives which hold a lot of promise for us in future. And this is the first deliberation that we are having, outreach program that we are having. And in the morning session, I was very excited to see the level of engagement of all of you. So in spite of this being a post-lunch session, I would expect and hope for the same level of engagement by all of you, and looking forward to an equally invigorating session for the mentoring session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. As I said in the morning half, Cotton University is honored to be able to host the first ever sensitization outreach program that you are holding from the NTSC. And the points that you've said are really very important that we need to reflect upon. And now, even in colleges, we have started the mentoring system, and it is really helping the students because mentoring is done on academic, emotional, other needs also of the child, not only about the studies, but all round mentoring is done. And it is a very important aspect of education. Uh, Thank you once again, sir. And now I call the chairperson, NMM committee, Professor S.C. Roy. Please come and speak to the gathering.
Esteemed Vice Chancellor of Cotton University, Professor B.C. Goswami, esteemed Chairperson, NCTE, Sri Santosh Kumar Sarangi, the Member Secretary, NCTE, Ms. Kesang Sherpa, Ma'am Nilma Bhagwati, the Chairperson of Eastern Regional Committee, NCTE, Dr. V.N. Sharma, the Vice Chancellor of Arnoday University, Arunachal, the officials from NCT, my committee member, Ms. Khushbu, and dear participants coming from across the educational panorama and different institutions, different places of Northeastern states. India has been a seat of learning since time immemorial. And I believe that that seat of learning was more or less, it was a community-based and a kind of uh, culture in the community to learn from one another and from the experiences from the elders and all. And of course, we had the formal system of education also in those days. And we had wonderful institutions like Nalanda University, Takshila University, Bikramshila universities, and all that. But the learning was more or less, it was community seated. If we see the vision of national education policy, uh, it talks about transforming this nation again. I mean, it is reminding the country of that glorious phase of India when India used to be a shining country leading in the field of wisdom and knowledge and showing path to the world, entire world. When the entire world, even the today's what we call them as the most developed countries, the European countries and American country, they were limping those days when India was signing and writing wonderful scriptures those days. So that was the concept in India, and this policy talks about it. It is a kind of, what I find is that it is a kind of reminding, reviving those era, and bringing that into the mainstream and relating it to the modern times of education. So the policy envisions that, okay, now we should have a kind of education system which will transform the entire country, this nation, into an equitable and a knowledge, vibrant knowledge society. Okay, fine. And then by providing the high quality education to all, I repeat it, to all. I mean, each child, each citizen of this country, high quality education, providing high quality education so that the country becomes a knowledge hub, a global knowledge hub, and a global knowledge society, a leading country in the world in terms of education, in terms of knowledge, in terms of innovation and all. And according to this vision, many recommendations are there in place, and they are being implemented in different forms. Now we are here. We understand if we look at the policy 2020, NEP 2020, we find that enough focuses on the 21st century skills. 21st century skills, I remember the Deller's report in 1996, which was constituted mainly to decide the aims of education in 21st century. There also, there was an important pillar that was a lifelong learning. And here also in 21st century skills, when we talk of 21st century skills, which are really the need of the hour, and which are there to catch up the world, the progressing world today, as on today and in the coming days. Those skills are really meaningful, and I would say that, see, the innovation and creativity, the highest kind of those who are from education background, it is the apex of the educational objective, the creation, the creativity, the synthesis, and the innovation. It is at the helm of the educational objective. Similarly is the critical thinking and problem solving. And one very important thing the policy talks about is the agility, the adaptability, and lifelong learning. Again, just see this lifelong learning. I am just reminding you where is the departure. So this is the lifelong learning. And then we have many other 21st century skills like teamwork and collaboration and experiential learning and the digital competence, which is the need of the hour in different forms. And we want to produce the global citizen, so sustainable development and well-being of the entire world. That concept has to go through education in India, because now we are there to become a global citizen and will be everywhere. So that flexibility and adaptability should be there so that our future students and citizens, they can cope up with the anxiety and tensions and the pressures coming from the surroundings when they go to different countries to work, find livelihood and other things. So these are there. And then Indian knowledge system, and there are other things, vocational education, multidisciplinary approach. These are the latest things which the world is practicing. The best countries, the finest education system in the world is practicing these things, the multidisciplinary approach, the integration, how to integrate and how to bring all these things together and to produce before the child and instill in the child to create something new. I think this integration technology, this multidisciplinary approach, this outlook, creating this outlook mindset in children and teachers. I think these are the vocational part of this. These are some of the things which are cross-cutting, right from early childhood care and education to the higher education. Cross-cutting themes. These are cross-cutting themes. And they have to be incorporated in the curriculum, in the pedagogy, in the assessment process, so that the policy envisions that we are going to produce a well-rounded citizen, a holistic development in the citizen. That is what our vision is in policy. and we have to implement it. Now, okay, fine. The formal system of education is one. I still believe as a student of education that the classroom is the crucible, is the furnace where you bring all the philosophies, where you bring all the ethos, all the techniques together to develop something in your students. So it is your testing point, but it is not enough. It is not enough. When we think of the lifelong learning, when we think of the continuous learning, and that matters a lot. So this continuity of learning throughout the life, the lifelong learning, the self learning, the self assessment, the use of metacognition, the reflection in the mind, and understanding our own mistakes, involving, engaging in the work, assessing oneself, and then proceeding further by correcting the mistakes, errors. I think it's a wonderful process, and it amounts to the life learning. It amounts to the continuous development. It amounts to the evolving process in education, what we call it as evolving, learning, evolving, and growing. This is what it should be inbuilt. It should be inbuilt. And so, for that, the policy is very loud enough. I have seen at 4 points, they have brought this concept of mentoring. So the mentor word has appeared in 4 paras, 4 points. I remember that 12.3, it talks about that the duty, the role of faculty is not only to teach, but also to act as a mentor and a guide. It talks about it loudly says, clearly says. So 12.3. If you look at the 15.1 para, it talks about that this teacher education should be there under the guidance of a brilliant mentor, a brilliant mentor. So the teacher education program should be conducted under the leadership of a great mentor, a good mentor. It's using this term mentor, not the teacher or trainer or teacher educator. So this is there. And then 15.11, I mean, it is there before you that it talks about the establishment of a mission, national mission for mentoring. Just 2 minutes I will take. So national mission for mentoring, and even the 23.3, that para talks about creating a platform, educational technology, national educational technology forum, to exchange the idea. So we see that the policy talks about the creation of a new culture of learning, and which is a kind of mentoring, which talks about the continuous and lifelong learning, continuous development. Now, we as per policy, we have the developmental goals. We have decided the developmental goals for children. We have decided the goals for teachers. We have decided the goals for institutions. We have decided we have decided the modalities, how to prepare the teachers. We have decided the competencies and learning outcomes. So what I mean to say is, now our goalposts are clear, according to, and it is aligned with the policy. So goalpost is clear. Now how to be successful, how to create a successful student, how to create a future citizen, global citizen, through our institutions and through our society. We have to create a learning culture, a self-learning culture, a continuous development culture, a continuous learning culture. And I would say that a culture, this learning culture should be taken as a mission. The policy talks about the foundational literacy and numeracy mission, but I say that this learning, continuous learning, whether it is seated in the it is for the students, whether it is for teachers, whether it is for the institutions, within the institutions, that culture, the concept of a school complex is there in the policy. It is mainly, to me, it appears that it is to create that culture among the teachers, professional culture among the teachers. So that culture of learning, the self-learning and growing, and learning from the experiences from of elders, experiences from others, and then growing inbuilt in the mechanism. I think for that sake, this mentoring mission is important. It will supplement. I say it will go a long way. It will compensate, and it will be all evolving, growing, and achieving the goals of policy and achieving the goals of lifelong learning. So a mission is there. For this, NCTE has constituted the committee, and the committee has come out with the draft document. This document is in 6 sections. The first section talks about the context, the Indian scenario of educational structure and all those things. The second section talks about the challenges here, as in the first session we have seen that the divide, the technological divide in this country, and the crunch, resource crunch, and all those things in the system. So it talks about the challenges, second section. Third, fourth, and fifth sections, it talks about purely what is mentoring, what is who makes a good mentor, who is a mentee, a good mentee, the characteristics, the myths, and the concepts related to that, and what is the mentoring mechanism. All those things are discussed in these 3 things, the different models of mentoring and modes. And then last section talks about institutionalizing this mentoring to sustain this program in the country, so that it will go a long way. It should not be a casual kind of intervention in education sector. So with all these words, I believe that this document has come out with a deep deliberations and interactions among the members, and the feedback we have got. And now this is the second phase. I believe that there would be very important suggestions and deliberations here, discussions on this, and it will help improve the document further. So I wish you all the best. Thank you very much, and hope a very live interaction in this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Roy. You have shared some very pertinent points and set the mode for further discussions. Multidisciplinary approach, lifelong learning, culture of learning, mentoring. Yes, these are very important points, and I believe they will be discussed more in detail in this session. Thank you once again. I now call upon Ms. Khushbu Awasthi, expert on NNM, NCTE, to kindly come up for her presentation. And I request Dr. Sauravi Barthakur to kindly give a token of appreciation, a felicitation to Ms. Awasthi. Thank you. So it is yours, the mic is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, Professor Roy, for setting such an inspiring vision for National Mission for Mentoring. Like he said, mentoring is such an age-old concept. It's not something that is new, and that is something that we are, introducing new in the ecosystem. We have always looked up to our grandparent or our parent or a colleague or a peer or a senior colleague for guidance whenever we are stuck on our journey, on our professional journey or personal journey, right? So it's absolutely very promising, and it creates a lot of hope, like Chairperson sir also said, that now the new education policy also talks about and lays special emphasis on mentoring as a concept. And this is a great opportunity for all of us as practitioners in the education system to really make it come alive and real in our life, everyday life, right? So in the last 3 months, under the stewardship of the NCTE and the guidance of Honorable Chairperson Sir Sri Santosh Sarangi ji, Member Secretary Ms. Keshang, and the entire NCTE team and the Chairperson Professor S.C. Roy, the committee has come up with this first draft of the mentoring blue book, the strategic approach note on what should mentoring look like, feel like in our everyday life, but in the true spirit of co-creation. And that is something that I found very, very amazing and really resonated very strongly with me, that NCT has decided to start this consultative workshop where we say that the first draft is out there, but ultimately to shape this national mission, all of us have to come together. We have to put our perspectives, our thoughts, and our deliberations into it so that it is relevant to all of us, right? Because India is such a diverse country. So in that context, and just before we broke for lunch, there's this mom there in the white sari. Sorry, ma'am, I don't know your name. She said something so amazing. She said, teach me and I'll forget, involve me and I'll remember. So the next 1.5 hours, 1.5 hours or 1 hour, depending on the time, it will be our humble attempt to involve you. I'm not going to use any deck to give any lecture. You know mentoring better than me, but we'll define the nuances of mentoring together. Okay? And second thing that ma'am also said is that teachers are gems. There's so much of wisdom that resides among teachers because we are into the field every day. And now how do we create that space where teachers can generate that wisdom and share with each other? And mentoring is precisely that concept, right? It's about teacher to teacher coming together, student teacher coming together, student coming together and sharing and discussing on the challenges. So that's precisely what we are going to do over the next 60 minutes. And I'm very grateful to Cotton University for creating such a space where all of us could come together and discuss. Shri Santosh Sarangi said that post-lunch sessions are always very, very difficult. So I'm going to take a big shot at it and we'll really make it very, very interactive. May I first request that all of you sitting at the back of the room, please come forward. This will involve a lot of group discussions and you don't want to be left alone. So next 60 seconds, this is your time. Please come forward. It's my humble request to all of you. Please. I'll wait for 60 seconds before I move forward. Make sure you have partners on your desk. See if you can have 5 on each desk, no matter where you're sitting. If you have company, you'll really enjoy this 1 hour. Okay, should we start then? Yes? So now what we are going to do to kickstart this deliberation, this serious consultation, we are going to put our pens aside. Please make your hands free. Yeah, your notebook on the table, closed. We don't want to open your notebook. We keep your pen down and just 2 minutes. 2 minutes spent looking at the screen. There's something that I want you to really pay attention to and spend your 2 minutes on this. Thank you. What do you think happened there? If we could please pass along the mic. Yes. Whatever. What caught your attention?
How we need to be flexible in life.
Flexibility. Great. Thank you, ma'am. We can learn from our subordinates also. Absolutely. Given the freedom, you can't force people into learning certain things. They have to be more receptive. They have to be given the time to be receptive around it. Great point, sir. Thank you.
Sometimes we can learn from our juniors also, those who are the tiny ones.
Absolutely. Great point, ma'am. And I think sir also said the same thing. Yes, sir.
It's always a two-way process, never one way.
Absolutely. Great points again.
So what I've learned is that when there is always a significant relationship, there will be a significant learning.
Absolutely. So who do you think, all these points that you're sharing, it's a two-way process. We can learn from our subordinates. Who do you think was mentoring whom in this video? If you can please use the mic, ma'am. Yeah.
Actually, with time it changed. So it started in one way. The second part, it was the reverse process. So both were mentoring each other, basically.
Great point. You would remember in the beginning, the elder goat was trying to teach the younger one that look down, make sure that you know what the hurdle is and then cross. But in the later half of the video, when a new kind of challenge, a new kind of hurdle was found, the younger one found a better way to solve that, right? So, great points coming from all of you also. And there are some very, very poignant points around, are the roles reversal? Like, can I be a mentor and a mentee both? Or will it change? And like there's so many questions, so many points related to mentoring that we need to discuss. And next 1 hour, again, I'm telling, we'll engage in so many such interesting discussions. But, and few of them are these, like we'll talk about what is mentoring, develop a shared understanding around this, because Blue Book has definitely put a certain definition, certain lens on what mentoring is, but I'm sure there are inputs that will come from you that will make that definition far more, inclusive and far more relevant for all of us. Why is mentoring important? How can we make it work? Most important section, because we are the education practitioners, right? And we have to put our input there. And then who is a good mentor? And finally, is there something else that Blue Book should contain that we may have skipped covering? So this is what we'll try and cover in the next 60 minutes. Time is not on our side, so we'll try to make it quick. So first, I'm sure you noticed these colorful stickies on your benches. So the question out there is, when you hear the word mentoring, what is that one word or one phrase? You cannot use a sentence. What is that one word or one phrase that comes to your mind? Please take one sticky note, one word only per sticky note. Could you take 60 seconds and write it? If you need a pen or anything, just please raise your hands and our co-facilitators will come and share with you. Yes, and now that you have written, Exchange the notes with your partners and see if there are common words appearing. You have 4 to 5 members sitting on each table, on each benches. So please see if there are common verbs, common phrases, common nouns appearing there. Yes, I see a lot of smiles in the room, so I'm sure you are already finding common grounds. So could you please, would you like to share quick inputs on what were the common terms or the words that were coming? If we could just give the mic to row number 3 here. Here.
Both of us got guidance.
Guidance.
I meant guidance throughout life,
Yeah.
careers and everything.
Absolutely. Guidance, which is so key to mentoring, right? Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir, there in the back.
My first choice is guidance, and second one is cooperation.
Common across the benches also, guidance and cooperation. Maybe one more input, yes.
Here it is, sympathy, helping, and guide, motivate.
Guide, motivate, sympathy, and maybe even empathize.
My friend, it is together, and mine one is helping.
Together and helping. I remember in the previous question, somebody said it's a two-way relationship. It's not that only one person gives and the other takes. Everybody, both give and take. Amazing. So awesome. In fact, what we are going to do is, so your sticky notes are not going to go waste. We are going to collect it, put it on our chart papers here, and make sure that we create a nice word cloud out of it and put it in our blue book. Okay. Moving.
Is nurturing.
Sorry, who said that? Yes,
it's nurturing.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you. So now that this collage of this beautiful word cloud is going to come alive right in front of our eyes, I also wanted to present and take this opportunity to share how we have defined how the Blue Book calls out or defines mentoring. May I please have a volunteer to read this aloud for me, please? Where's the mic, Neeraj? Yes.
Sorry,
Ma'am there.
A structure to support and encourage people to manage their learning so that they may maximize their potential, develop skills, improve their performance, and become the person they want to be.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And it's no surprise, it comes as no surprise to us because similar words you used when you wrote your thought related to mentoring, right? It's about so much about supporting people, encouraging them, and it's their learning, their performance, their skill. It's nothing about what we want to impose upon them, right? It's the person that they want to be and how mentoring as a process is going to enable that. So definitely when we talk about, we use so many, very positive words, but these are also very powerful. So how do we imagine what a mentoring interaction is going to look like? What are the key characteristics? How do you say that this mentoring interaction is good, bad, not useful, very meaningful, immensely successful? I'm sure many thoughts are already occurring to you. Hold that. I have two of my colleagues here with me. And who are going to be my co-facilitators for the day, Rucha and Neeraj. They're going to do a small role play for us, and they're going to actually make a mentoring interaction come alive for us in next 2 minutes.
Hello, Rucha. How are you? I heard you wanted to talk to me.
Hi, Neeraj sir. Thank you so much for taking time out for me. Yes, actually, I wanted to talk to you. Yesterday, we had a parent-teacher meeting, and I wanted to tell the parents about school reopening. So we called for a meeting, and the meeting did not go very well. The parents raised a lot of concerns, a lot of questions. I wasn't very happy. So I wanted to talk to you to find out what did I do, or what is it that I can do now, depending on how the meeting went.
Right. Got it. Let's talk. Can you tell me what was your planning? What did you do for this meeting?
Actually, I was in a bit of a hurry, so I did the planning very fast. I told the teachers to invite the parents. I think some of them got the students to write in the diary note, and I think some of the teachers called parents, but I'm not sure. I did not follow up because, like I said, I was in a hurry. And when we then did the meeting, I told them that school is going to reopen on so and so date. Send your children. Along with the children, send these 3 documents that we need to start on the first day. But after that, the parents were very uncomfortable raising questions, and the rest of the meeting went like that.
Got it. Got it. Was your agenda only to inform parents about school opening?
Actually, it wasn't. When I was thinking, my original vision was to tell the parents how we have sanitized the school, how the teachers have planned for reopening and welcoming children back to school, but we didn't even get to discuss that.
Got it. Got it. No, that's okay. I think your first meeting was in a hurry. Do you think you can do something else now? I mean, involve parents better. Is there something that you can do for
Or
that?
do something now after the PTM. Maybe. You know what I can do? I can call the parents on the assembly of the first day. Maybe they can come, see how the assembly is going, see how the school has prepared, and then we can have a second discussion with the parents depending on how that goes. How does that sound?
See, now that's a brilliant idea. In fact, you know, the point of where you said parents can come observe the school, I think is a great idea. You know, definitely try it. Let me know how it goes so that I can take it back to my schools as well. And all the best.
Definitely. Thank you so much. And thank you for hearing me out. I was very scared to tell people about how the meeting went, but you made it so easy to talk to you. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Tusha.
Thank you, Rucha. Thank you, Neeraj. So while our actors are moving off the stage, what caught your attention? What do you think? Who was the mentee in this scenario? You can shout out loud. Your teachers, come on. who was the mentee in this role play? Rucha. And who was the mentor? Neeraj. How do you feel? Who initiated the conversation? Who brought the agenda to the conversation? Mentee, Rucha, right? Yeah. So in fact, I really want this next 5 minutes to be for you to reflect on what you saw on the stage. And in the process, we'll identify what defines a successful, meaningful mentoring relationship. Okay, first point you already said. The agenda to a mentoring conversation is always brought by mentee. It's their space. It's driven by mentee. It's directed by mentee. What else? Did you see Neeraj giving out ready solutions? Do this, like, somebody comes to us with problem and we already have some 10 solutions to offer. Did Neeraj do that? No? What did he do instead? Encouraging, kept asking, yes. He listened patiently, such an important thing. So he helped Rucha as a mentee to reflect on what she did, what she wanted to achieve versus what she actually did, right? So it was a reflective space. What else? Sorry? No criticism. Rucha, in fact, at the end said, thank you. I was afraid that I couldn't share. Will I be able to share? But I could share. Yeah. And they were comfortable. It was a safe space, right? Yeah, absolutely. And it was, yeah, it was very application oriented, right? It was not some concept that in the air people were discussing. Rucha could actually, by the end of this conversation, short conversation, could have the next steps. I will do this, I will do this, I will do this. And the ideas came from her, right? So Neeraj was just a facilitator. And I'm sure even in NPST and all the beautiful documents, policy documents that have come out related to teachers, we always say one noun that we associate with teachers is, how can they be facilitators? And that's why it's no surprise that mentoring is so close to our teaching process, our learning process. So conversation have to be facilitated, and like you already identified, it has to be a safe space. And it has to be symbiotic. Remember, Neeraj said, wow, that's a great idea, even I can try it. So it's a two-way thing. It's not something that, no, I am just giving the gyan and somebody is receiving it. So amazing. I mean, these are the key characteristics that have been called out in the Blue Book as well, that will make the mentoring discussion, mentoring interaction successful. And so far, I mean, 10 minutes into, 15 minutes into this discussion, you have expressed what you think about mentoring. We have been able to share what we have presented in the Blue Book. Now, maybe it's time we have some, wonderful experts amongst us So let's hear from them what mentoring means as a developmental process to each of them. Right? So may I please hand over the mic to Sangeeta ji, if you could please invite the experts on the stage.
Thank you, Khushbu. We would like to invite on stage the speakers that we have chosen for this session. May I please invite Professor Bibas Chaudhary. He is from the Department of English, Govt University. Professor Bibas Chaudhary. Dr. Tulika De from the Northeastern Regional Institute of Education, Meghalaya. Dr. Tulika De, and Dr. Niroda Devi, who's the director, SCERT, Assam. May I request Dr. Sauravi Borthakur to kindly felicitate our speakers. Thank you so much. So I once again hand over the stage to you, Ms. Awasthi, to carry on with the panels.
So good afternoon, panelists, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm sure your expertise and your long professional journey has so much to offer, so much insights to offer to this group, and something that we can take back to our strategy paper as well. So, NEP and the conceptualization of the National Mission for Mentoring has certainly put mentoring as a key process. But like I said, and even Professor Roy pointed out, that it has always been there, part and parcel of our life. So before we even go into the concepts and what should we do, I would like to understand, you in your illustrious career as an academician, as a leader, how has mentoring personally benefited you? Do you see that it played any vital role in how you learned and grew as a leader? And any of you can start and pass the mic.
Of course, this role of mentors and mentee relationship is important in anybody's life, I think. We all realize. And going to the NEP also, it is the reflection of what the people of India realized. In fact, the whole NEP. But I want to say that what we are discussing here and looking at this, we know, we understand, and we are motivated. But I want to go for the issues, in fact, because all of us here, it is not the students here speaking, we are all this, that we are mentee, but at the same time, we are mentors also in the greater sense. So in that case, the belongingness, I think somewhat in the society, the belongingness, sense of belongingness, I think we have to revive this sense again. It is somewhere we feel that somewhere it is decreasing this sense of belongingness. So that has to be created. And how it can be, then we have to think of. Because we are here, we are going to implement these themes, this ideology. So we have the great challenge in bringing these themes to the ground level. Working in the SCRT, from the very beginning, we have been working on NEP, on different factors from the draft stage itself. There are many discussions at national level we have attended, many discussions at the state level. SCRT has also given the responsibility for framing the state curriculum framework, starting from school education to teacher education also. And this is the great opportunity that I have come here, because we were waiting for this NPST, what NPST goes for, because teacher education will be related to this NPST and this mentor-mentee also. So we are waiting, we are working, we are researching. But the main one issue I want to say that in the field level, at the grassroots level, this realization, sense of belongingness, involvement of mentors, and acceptance by the mentee one. It is a community things. That community involvement must be there. While we're going for the school education, we must go for not only in life, when you say in the education, in higher education, and from this gross enrollment ratio is decreasing. Even at national level, it is not satisfactory. In a state level, in Assam, it is quite less. But this causes, maybe there are some low fault in the school level. Maybe the proper mentoring at school level is not done. So that is our challenge now, and we have to proceed with this challenge to overcome this challenge with these guidelines that NCTE has prepared. These guidelines we understand, but we have to bring them to the grassroots level. That will be our challenge only. I have nothing to say on it, because this is the best thing that come up with this NEP. NCTE has framed these guidelines, but our challenge is to bring it to the grassroots level. And that challenge, it cannot be done by framing some guidelines, because in Assam also the government has initiated for this implementation, for framing some guidelines. We are also a part of that. We are preparing those background notes and all for government. But finally, the implementation part is a public document. It is the community who will implement. It is the teachers, it is the students, guardians, whoever it is. So it is a teamwork. We have to go together. We have to overcome the challenge to get the vision, to achieve the vision of this NEP. What I said, this is my opinion.
Thank you for sharing, ma'am. In fact, like you said, it's a great vision. And to bring any great vision to life, there will be challenges that we have to be ready with. And every challenge presents an opportunity as well. So sense of belonging is definitely something which will play a key role if this mentoring has to see success. Professor Chaudhary.
Thank you so much. Uh, as ma'am was talking about, we have the two words, I think. One is the real, the other is the ideal. The ideal we have before us. Context of Assam. If you move 1 kilometer, the language changes. So we have been talking in English. We have been referring to all these issues as if it's a one language issue. But in Assam, the situation is very different. And we have been talking of the online mode, use of technology. Many students do not have access to English. And the question of textbooks, for instance. So if I, as a maths teacher in a interior part of Assam, if I have a problem regarding how to impart maths education, say in class 4 or class 5, and I have to teach in the vernacular, and I go to a senior teacher and ask, how do I go about it? And if I go to a neighboring school or ask another teacher, how do I go about it? And the question of literacy, the question of language, demographic diversity, these are very, very pertinent issues, ground level issues, as ma'am has talked about. And then mentoring may reach a roadblock. Ideally, mentoring is excellent. I think this is the purpose we should have in mind. But in reality, as you have seen in terms of the pandemic and what we have achieved or what we have not achieved through online education, in spite of the use of technology. These, I think, are some of the issues that the NMM could look at, the ground level circumstances. I think we can find it all over India. Different issues, a village in Kerala or a village in Rajasthan, and the education there, especially the school level, and the problems that may be faced by pockets of the population by students and teachers. So how do I keep my problem to my colleague, or am I in a position to share it with someone who is from, say, Rajasthan or Kerala or Maharashtra as a teacher? Since you're looking at a mission, so I have a problem in imparting education in class 2, 3, or 4, or 5. How do I share it to someone who doesn't have access to my language, and language being a problem in literacy, and also the question of textbooks and a lot of other issues are involved. So how do I get it across? How do I actually make the problem of teaching familiar to a fellow teacher, which may be a different problem in a different location? I think that
No,
I think
absolutely,
is
sir.
a concern we could look at.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, sense of belonging is one thing. It's a more cultural thing, but I think the diversity is a very real challenge out there. And if we are thinking of a national mission like this, what would enabling mentoring at scale mean in the implementation process? How do we account for these diversity? How do we ensure that a teacher in Kerala is, without any barriers, able to reach out to somebody in Uttar Pradesh or say Assam or Meghalaya and exchange their thoughts and their wisdom, right? Thank you for pointing that out, Professor Chaudhary. Ma'am?
Yeah, I think the question put forward was that if we have been benefited in our life by some mentors during our life, I think this is something which every person has in every walk of life. As a child, yes, we have been mentored by our parents. As students, we have our mentors were our teachers. And as our teaching faculty too today, we have our senior colleagues as mentors. So, or we can look back to our teachers in our university days when we find some problem, we do talk to them. So we have mentors at various levels, and we have really been benefited by that. But coming to what was when ma'am also said and sir also said, what I was thinking that in the back of my mind is that the mentors always were from the context itself. I cannot be, as a child, when I am at home, I cannot go and look for the solution that I am, a problem that I am facing, and the solution I go and look in others' place is not something which is going to happen. So I have to find the solution in my context, and the mentor can be from my context itself. So if we think of mentoring and it's the mentor is from the organization itself, then I think it will be because the mentor also will understand my needs, the context in which I am. He or she is better in a better position to understand, and so he will be familiar with the structure and be mentoring in a better way. So this is what I feel.
Thank you, ma'am. Again, a brilliant point there that, because we already said that how mentoring is a mentee directed process. And if a mentee feels that the challenge that I'm facing is very context intensive and somebody who understands my context will only be able to mentor me, then I would rather reach out to a mentor who's familiar with my context. But there are also situations when my challenges may not require a very deep understanding of the context. It could be something related to some pedagogical aspects, some activity-based learning, and then I can reach out to anybody who is made available to me. And hence the role of
Yes,
the
as per
mentoring.
the need of the
Absolutely. So if we could make that, if we could break away that barrier of access through the national mission of mentoring, then it's that in itself would kind of unlock so many powerful potential. Thank you for sharing that brilliant point, ma'am. Uh, in fact, on one of the earlier address, Sir said how mentoring is different from teaching and other professional development processes that we already are seeing around us. So, and all of you have been, you would have been facilitating a lot of learning experiences and you would have also attended. So I'm curious to understand, how do you see that? What is that extra value that mentoring will bring that will enhance the learning experience of either students or teachers or even leaders, school leaders in our context? How do you see mentoring add value?
Uh, Teaching is more of a, till today we see that it is more that the teachers are the one who are delivering and the students are recepting. There is less scope of um, being in the transformation or support. It is only directed to what we intend to teach, what the syllabus demands from us, and all that. So it has very less scope of an holistic development kind of a thing if we think in the classroom perspective. So that is what the difference I feel, because mentoring is hand holding in different directions, whether it is the pedagogical aspect or in some other works. So there is a restriction, means the dimension of teaching is smaller compared to the mentoring.
And I love this point, ma'am, because in the Blue Book also, in the whole approach note, we have specially called out how mentoring is different from teaching. And one of the points I remember is that how teaching is still restrictive because you're bound by certain syllabus or certain curriculum, but mentoring can be far more holistic in its purview. Ma'am?
Yes, I agree. So that is the main part of this mentoring, that mentoring may be outside the classroom, mentoring may be anywhere. Mentoring may be beyond the syllabus, it is same thing. Overall, the holistic development of the life. This is all I agree, that nothing else to say on it. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I also agree that teaching, at least from what we have seen in practice, has been more or less an active teacher and a passive learner process. I think that is what NAP seeks to address and overhaul, and see that the learning takes place at multiple levels. I would just like to mention something that struck me when we say mentoring, and as ma'am pointed out, it's I would go to someone I'm comfortable with as a mentee, someone who is familiar with my problem, and who I would believe would give me the answers. However, since we are talking of, say, equality, and saying that India as an educational hub should proceed all its reasons should proceed equally. So should I think, are we looking at a situation where I in Assam may feel that I am not being mentored as well as someone in Delhi is being mentored? Because there are better mentors, there are better openings, better situations. And so although I'm getting the best mentoring that I can get here, someone in Delhi located better is getting better mentoring. How do we bridge that sense, which I think at different level persists?
Again, that's a great point. And in our everyday life, we have seen that the moment something becomes accessible to us, it also enables us to say, to start wishing for more. That, though I have this, can I have something more and beyond? But having said that, just because I could now wish for so much more, isn't that a great achievement? Because now my boundaries, my horizon of thought process has gone beyond. So, great point, sir. Thank you for sharing. I think we have less time, so I'll just put one last question in the interest of time. You are all practitioners and you have seen the education system challenges at very close quarters. So if this mission has to be successful, what do you think is that one thing that we should definitely solve for, or really look out for, that only if this is done, this mission has a chance of succeeding?
Let us start from today itself. Everybody here in the halls, we belongs to one community. We are alumni of some schools, some colleges. Let us go back to our own schools, that community. Make the same awareness. The awareness is, I feel, the awareness is the most emergent thing. Because although we are talking about this mentors mentee at our level, at field level, in village schools, because I have visited so many schools, I realized that this main concept is not yet there. These are mechanical things are still going there. So we have to change those situation. Our maximum awareness and motivational program meet must be there. Let us have this beginning today, and let us go to that own this thing. And then once this awareness is come, what I believe is, once I am motivated that I have to do this, I will make it done. What this is mine. And if the teacher understand that I want my students, my child to be this, as a balanced personality, the good citizen of our country, his professionals are this way, and I will identify his caliber, his internal capacity, and I will flourish it. If I have that motivation, being a teacher, I will find out the way to get them.
Absolutely.
So I think this motivational program should be done not in the city heart. It should be go to the remote area of the schools, and then only I think the success of this mission will be possible. This is my
take it
mission.
closer to people.
Yeah, yeah. This is the main thing. Closer to people, because community, it is not a forcefully that we can see. Even a mentors I am willing to do, if I go for mentorship, the mentee may not accept me. So it is a community involvement. So that way the community has to select mentors. The mentee has to select mentors. So there may be some availability of mentors. There's a group of mentors, group of mentee, and the mentee will select the mentors, or the community will select the mentors, and then the relationship will come. Simply if I go to a area in a school or any area, and I want that I will be a mentor, they may not accept me. So these are some of the things. This is the challenge where I say, so first of all, our deliberation, sitting here in the hall, how much we can do for it, go for it. Once we can motivate another 100 people, then it will be exponentially increase this motivation, and I think every corner people will be motivated and the mission will be successful.
Thank you, ma'am. You said one point, but I think I derived personally 2 points from what you said. Mentors also need certain sort of capacity building and hand holding to become an effective mentor. It needs practice. And second, that mentees, it's a trust-based relationship. So mentee has to be given that choice to actually choose their mentor who they're comfortable with. And that will require a lot of efforts from our side to actually be more closer to the grassroots. And if all of us can go to our own communities and have such similar deliberations around what mentoring means to people and what would they want to see in the mentoring process, it will become far more, the impact will be exponential. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am.
Yeah. What I feel that for mentoring to be successful, first, there should be an SWOT analysis. Every individual has some strength, their weaknesses, and their opportunities to excel professionally. And so those analyses should be done first, and there are threats, of course. So after that, if I am good in a particular field, I should be made a master of that, not try to build something else. If I have a leadership quality, I should be made a master of that by mentoring, and not try to make me a jack of all trades and master of none. And those from the education fraternity will all agree about the animal school, where if the eagle knew how to fly, he was taught to learn how to swim. And in the end, he neither could fly nor could um, swim. So I don't want that to happen, that the mentor says that you know this, you have the skill of public speaking, and so you don't speak now, you don't do this, but you try to become a good leader. So that should not be that. The learner's need should be at the center point. So the SWOT analysis should be done, and then make a master of it. So this is the first point. And second point, what I think is that to this mentoring system to be successful, it should think first about its sustainability, and not go something like we had in the Rashtriya Avishkar Saptah. Roy sir will agree with me, where this mentoring came, but it came, it did not take flight, it just ended there itself. So I don't want to see that again happening. That's why thing is that the sustainability factor has to be given more importance, so that it takes a flight and continues to fly. Thank you.
Very well said, ma'am. Institutionalization, making sure this is rooted, any new concept is rooted in our existing structures. And we know that what will sustain it is the first question that we should ask as soon as we conceptualize it. And on your master, jack of all trades and master of none point, I also have a corollary view to it to say that even one person may not be capable enough to mentor on all aspects. So a mentee may want to have access to different mentors for different concerns of his or hers. Right.
Yeah,
So,
I just like to add that two words are crucial, I think. One is access. The mentee must find the mentor accessible, and comfort. There must be some kind of comfort with both way, I think. Yeah, I think these are inbuilt into the mission program. That's all.
thank you, sir. Definitely, it's been considered, but you emphasize it again, and I thank you for that. I think this has been the most invigorating 30 minutes of the entire discussion. Obviously, you have rich experience, and your practices on ground and experiences on ground has added a lot of insights. And I'm sure the working committee will keep reaching out to you for your inputs and your suggestions, so that we make sure that our okay.
Anyway, I was listening to it. Actually, initially, then I just thought that probably UGC has got a scheme called adjunct professor. So what we do there, that senior professors who are elsewhere in the university, then they will come to the different institute and they will help in teaching, they will help in the PhD programs or, thank you. Anyway, so that way what I did, I will just tell one personal experience. Ultimately, then we'll move to what the members, especially Madam, has said. When I joined this university as Vice Chancellor, I just thought that because that time, because it was a college to an university, so we thought that we'll bring a few adjunct professors to the university. So I selected few. Some came from the department. Then while sitting, I was thinking, then out of that, maybe 10 to 12 or 15, some are really, that scheme has worked nicely. At least that means they take a very good number of classes and they interact so much. Some say 30, 40%, some say 10, 20%. So there I am thinking that probably this type of same thing you want to try for the schools. And what I will think that the present any school teachers, as Madam has said near the Devi, that maybe the school teachers and the faculty and the teachers there, and then maybe the guardians, those who will be comfortable there or in the whole area, they are regarded as a role model, as a teacher, they should be probably the mentors of that institute, any aspect, whether teaching, their character building, their morality, their social behavior, their respect to the seniors, their towards what sort of food they should eat, like anything, any agriculture. So therefore, from any aspect, anybody may come. So therefore, it will be we should give to the institute, to the school, that you can take certain people like this of your society, especially local people will be better instead of going from somewhere else. So that way probably that will help the next generation to be much better. I think most of the things that is coming out, and that may be mentioned here in the case of schools, as has been done by the UGC. And especially if it is possible, normally UGC has got certain rule that they, according to the UGC, they can pay something, this and that. Maybe for this, I don't know, but some sort of arrangement, if that can be done, probably some people will be very happy if the senior teachers or anyone in the community. So that way, I think that will be very useful. So thank you very much. That was just my thinking while sitting there.
Thank you, sir. I just want to, just for information, I want to say I will be happy to share here it. The government of Assam has already taken initiative in getting some of this SOP regarding this mentoring, like how higher education institutions can mentor the schools, then how the students of different higher education institutions can mentor their neighbor schools or their junior students. Accordingly, similarly, the retired teacher of the community of some schools. So that there are some few points we are preparing the ground background. In fact, last 2-3 days we were having this review with Honorable CM, Honorable Education Minister, with this all education department. So this type of regarding this mentoring we were discussing on NEP only. So some SOP government has already taken the initiative for developing this SOP in the state for this mentoring. There will be a broad guideline, and of course, to implement that guideline, the local involvement will be required. I think I agree with the sir, Vice Chancellor sir, it is already there. And it is also it is mentioned in that way that even a higher education institution students in their CBCS course of time, if one degree level student or postgraduate level student, they mentor their school students in their some schools, one credit may go in their assessment in the higher level. These are the some of the point discussion in that. Even it is not come to the, it is not published, just I have shared this one for information, and I'm happy to share this. And I think if in this way, in a cooperative way, the higher education institution, school education institution, then our starting from our pre-primary schools to all. So I think there is no point that it will not succeed.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank
Because
you, sir,
our
for bringing
target
that
is
up.
only our children.
Yes,
So
absolutely.
if we concentrate, whatever may be our way, we concentrate our children and we will achieve it.
If the
This is
purpose
my
is clear, we'll
point.
always find a way. If we decide that we have to make this mission successful, I'm sure the stories and ideas and the opportunities will always come. Thank you so much, panelists, ma'am, sir. Thank you. I'm sure all of you, as much as I enjoyed this discussion, you also had many takeaways from what our panelists had to share. So before we move forward, like I said, this discussion is going to be all about your participation, your inputs. So for next 10 minutes, I'll invite again my co-facilitators, Rucha and Neeraj, to come and please take us to the next step.
Thank you, Khushbu, and thank you so much, panelists, for that great discussion. What we'll do next is try and consolidate some of the thoughts that I'm sure are running in your mind about what is mentoring, what are some ideas associated with mentoring, what are some maybe misconceptions or myths associated with mentoring, right? And those are some of the debates we just had. And so that's what we're going to do now. You can already see on the slide, we're going to do a rapid fire true or false. What I need you to do for this is get your post-its ready. You can see the sticky notes on your table. Get a green post-it ready in one hand and get a pink post-it ready in the other hand. As you would have guessed, the green post-it is for you to say true and the pink post-it is for you to say false. So 1 minute and get your post-its ready. One pink, one green in your hands.
And could you please raise your hand and show it to the...
Lovely. Okay, we'll do a test run. If it's true, if some statement is true, what are you going to raise? Raise. Great. And if something is false, what are you going to raise? And I see pinks in the room. Wonderful. We're ready to start. One last rule. Like I said, it's going to be a rapid fire true or false. You will only get as much time as I will take to read the sentence. So there will be a sentence on the slide. By the time I'm done reading the full sentence, your hand should be up. Ready? Great. First one. Only mentees benefit from a mentoring relationship. True or false? I see all pink around the room. Is there a single green? That's amazing to see, and I'm sure the panelists did a great job of putting that forward as well. Great. Let's hear from one or two people about why you're saying false. Everybody said false, so that's interesting. Could somebody share their thoughts? Right. Both mentor and mentee will get benefited from the mentoring relationship. Great. Thanks. A mentee may have more than one mentor at a time. And again, our panelists, I think, gave us a clue on that one. I see green and I see one pink as well. False? Would love to hear from you. Right. Right. I'm just going to repeat for those at the back who may not have heard, sir. He says, ideally, this is great, but practically, it may not be possible to work with multiple mentors at a time. Does anyone else think? What do you think about that? Any comments on that? And I see one more pink at the back. Would you like to share? Only one mentor. Why? It's difficult to work with multiple mentors is something that sir said. That's great. Anyone has a counterpoint to that? Multiple mentors, blended mode, virtually we can meet any mentor because
Problems are of different kinds. So obviously, I believe one mentor perhaps would not be able to help the mentee in all the
Right.
situations.
Right, right. For those of you who didn't hear ma'am's first part of the sentence, she was saying in today's world, we also have access to multiple ways of communication. So you can be in touch with multiple mentors. I love the multiple perspectives that are coming in the room. So I'm going to still go ahead because we have many such questions lined up for you. Mentors must be older than mentees. Okay, that's false across the room. That's again great to see. And that's something that we discussed earlier as well. So maybe we'll move from here. A mentoring interaction, a mentoring conversation always needs to be in person. I don't see enough post-its up. Nice. I see some pinks and some greens. Can I hear from one pink and one green? Anybody? Go ahead, please. Can we have a mic there, please?
Necessary that one Christian be in person, face to face. With the availability of ICT, I mean, we can make calls, through calls also we can discuss and then get our problems, discussed.
Right, right. And
problem, so that can be sorted out, or you can get an advice or whatever it is from your mentor at the same time. Even that is when the problem is same, maybe it need not be one to one at that. Collectively you can sit together.
Brilliant point. When we think mentoring, we often think a one-to-one relationship or a
That will be
one-to-one
more of a counseling type one-to-one, but mentoring need not necessarily be only counseling. So mentoring is a kind of a guidance you give it to your mentee, so that might be you have the common guidance you can give it to them. I feel that way.
That's a great point. I don't think we talked about that too much today. So thank you so much for bringing that into the conversation. And I see one mic ready there as well.
According to me, what I feel is mentoring interactions should always be in person, because as soon as we are free with a person, right, informally, because formally when we talk with a senior person or the mentors, as you feel ki yes, somebody different from us, no, it should be one among us, right? So when you are free with the person, then only you will be acceptability increases more.
That's true.
Right?
That's
No?
so true.
So that's what my
And
point.
especially during the period of COVID, I think we experienced
Yeah.
that magic of meeting somebody in person. Absolutely. But I also hear the other perspectives about how if you want to also reach out to other people, maybe situated in other geographies, and try and learn from them, other modes of communication could be useful as well. But thank you for bringing that point out about how it's so organic and how it feels very natural if you're meeting somebody in person. Again, great perspectives. Can we have the last one, maybe? Oh, this is something I think we discussed earlier in the conversation as well, so no questions about that. Thank you so much for participating in the quiz, but because we're running out of time, we will now move ahead, and I will hand it back to Kushbu.
Thank you, Rucha, and thank you all the delegates and participants here for your response. I'm sure our own shared understanding of what mentoring means has clearly evolved, and we are more or less on the same page. And section 4.3 in the mentoring blue book that has already been given out in your registration kit, it clearly calls out how national education policy also has emphasized on the need for mentoring, and not only like a one hierarchical conversation, but a more distributed relationship between teacher, student, 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 teacher, leader, leader, leader. So there are different ways how we have to think about, in which we have to think about the mentoring relationship. And our panelists clearly established that mentoring is something that will definitely enhance the learning experience beyond just the trainings or the workshops or the classroom teaching that we have as part of our professional development processes. Going forward, you have these sticky notes on your table. This is something that we really want from you, your inputs. What do you think are the typical areas of or the challenges that you feel that you will benefit from if you had mentors or you had mentoring support? If you could quickly list down 2 or 3 things on the sticky notes, challenges that you face in your everyday work for which you need mentoring. So in this scenario, you are looking at yourself as a mentee. Please write down and we'll collect those sticky notes from you. Collect this. Next slide, please, Richa. Now take another sticky note and change the lens, change the hat. Now you're a mentor. So what are those areas in which you feel you can offer mentoring support to someone in your school, to someone in your college, to someone in your premises? If you were a mentor, what areas would you feel comfortable giving mentoring support on? Yeah, again 60 seconds and we'll now come, our co-facilitators will come to you and we'll collect those sticky notes from you. Remember, this is your promise to the ecosystem. These are areas in which you are ready to be a mentor. Yes, done? Okay, so quickly. Moving next. Next, please. Next, yeah. Now, as Professor S.C. Roy was talking in the beginning, we will come and collect it, sir. Please don't, it's okay. We will come and collect. Thank you. So as Professor Roy was telling that, one of the key chapters in the mentoring blue book is who is a good mentor? Who is an ideal mentor? What are the characteristics? And if you refer to the handout that's been given to you, if you could go to the last page of the handout, in your jute bag that you received, there was a handout. These are some of the characteristics that have been called out. They have already been highlighted in the blue book. Now, in next 5 minutes, what we want to do is, out of these, what are those characteristics or traits that you feel, they're not so important and they can maybe stop featuring in a national level document? What are those characteristics that we may have missed out and they must start featuring in the document? They must become part of one of these bubbles. And what are those things that you strongly feel that they must continue? They should remain there. So out of these, which would you want to remove? Which would you want to continue? And which would you want to add? Which is missing there? Yeah, so next 5 minutes, please take your time. Write down as many characteristics as you want. We'll again collect those sticky notes from you. And maybe we'll also hear from a couple of you. Thank you. These are your inputs that will go into the National Blue Book. And we really appreciate your sharing these thoughts with us. If you are short of sticky notes, just let us know. We'll bring more to you. Maybe we can have some sticky notes here also in the front row. Sorry, sir. Committed gets a vote. Yes. Neeraj, could you give the sticky note to this group and just go to the previous slide? Yeah, so let's see. What should stop, what should start featuring, and what should continue featuring? We'll take the sticky note so that we don't miss it out. We'll take it back with us. Yes. So these are, if you see in the handout, these are mentor characteristics and these are mentee characteristics. Today in the discussion, we didn't touch upon mentee characteristics, but I think energetic is something that appears on both the sides. Mentor and mentee both have to be energetic about this interaction. And you would find it interesting that in the Blue Book draft that you have received, the working committee has also called out the personas, like who is a typical mentee, what does a typical mentee look like, what does a typical mentor look like, so that it becomes very relatable personalities to us. And then we are able to see people around us into those roles. That's a great point, ma'am. So please put your vote on continue featuring. Definitely, the working committee members have put a lot of their thoughts behind why these characteristics have been specially called out. Do you think you have got enough time to pen down your thoughts? Can we move forward? I know it's also time, it's getting dark outside. Yes? Okay, so Neeraj and Richa will help us collect your thoughts. And in case we need more clarity, we will always reach out to you. Now we know Cotton University is this, one of these very generous spaces who have supported us with this consultative workshop. So, yeah. So just because we are short of time, just because the day is coming to an end, doesn't mean that our consultative process has to stop. Like Professor Roy already in the beginning explained, what are the key sections of the handbook? There are these 6 sections. In today's 1 hour, we could touch upon section 4 and section 5, which was about what is mentoring, concepts of mentoring, the mentor characteristics. And Professor Roy himself talked about section 3, which is the vision for National Mission of Mentoring. Similarly, there are other sections out there. It even has a section 6 on the technology infrastructure. Many of us talked about that why in-person thing is not a roadblock. We can go beyond, use the digital media, use the ICT and connect to our mentors. So what would that technology look like? There's a whole section dedicated in the Blue Book on that. Please go through them. Please send your feedback to us, your insights, inputs to us. NCTE team has already put out this Blue Book on its website. There's an email ID mentioned there. Whatever comes to you, whatever occurs to you, please don't block it. Just send out an email. We'll consolidate and make sure that your voices and your opinion is, it's heard and it's put into the Blue Book back. And any forthcoming documents that NCTE will be releasing. Yeah. So thank you so much. This was a short time, But I'm sure there's so many inputs that have already flown in, and I myself feel very, very enriched in terms of what all I heard and what I heard from panelists and from you. And we'll go through these sticky notes, and we'll make sure that these find their way into the Blue Book. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for being such an energetic and such an interactive group. We really enjoyed facilitating this consultation process. Thank you.
Well, I believe this was a very productive session indeed. Beautiful deliberations and suggestions from our speakers, from the audience, the participants, everybody. It was really too good. And I must thank Ms. Avasti for making this so interesting. A credit, I must say, being able to keep the attention of all the people during a post-lunch session. This is commendable. There are many points which the participants can take back with them to reflect upon and to work upon. And so I really think that this calls for another bigger round of applause for Ms. Avasti and this whole session. Well, Rishabh Khanna's session was no less interesting. It was marvelous, but we were in an urgency to go to the lunch, for lunch to the dining hall, and so we did not applaud at that time. So I feel that we should also give a big round of applause for that first session. Thank you so much. I would now like to request our distinguished guests, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Arunodaya University, Itanagar, Arunachal Pradesh, Professor V.N. Sharma, to kindly offer his comments on the entire event. We thank you, sir, for being with us all throughout and would like to listen to your brief comments. Thank you.
नमस्कार. आप लोग भी बोलिए नमस्कार. अगेन नमस्कार. मैं चेक कर रहा था कि कितने लोग सो रहे हैं. Most respected chief guest of today's function, from NCTE, Santosh Sarangi sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Cotton University, Professor B.C. Goswami Dangaria, Madam Kesang Sherpa, Member Secretary NCT, team of the NCT. सर मैं जब इस तरह का कार्यक्रम कराता हूं तो एक शेर पढ़ता हूं हमेशा कि सेमिनार सिंपोजियम तो एक बहाना है, सेमिनार सिंपोजियम तो एक बहाना है, वास्तव में आपको जगाना है. जब जो भी हम सेमिनार करते हैं उसका पर्पज ही होता है ऑडियंस को जगाना, अवेयर करना द फैक्ट से. थैंक यू एनसीटी टीम, आप दिल्ली से चलकर आए, और थैंक यू वाइस चांसलर सर, आपने यहां अरेंज किया. नहीं तो कहां ये मिलना इतने लोगों से. मैं हमेशा कहता हूं कि जो समय निकाल करके एक दूसरे से मिलता है, जितने विद्वान मिलते हैं उतने विचार आते हैं, और वही सीखने का एक बहाना है. तुम्हें गैरों से कब फुर्सत, हमें अपने गम से कब खाली, चलो बस हो चुका मिलना, न तुम खाली न हम खाली. मित्रों, कोई खाली नहीं है किसी के सुनने के लिए. अगेन मैं धन्यवाद दूंगा एनसीटी को कि इतने बड़े बड़े विद्वानों को इन्होंने बुलाया और स्पीकर्स को बुलाया. विद्वान ये तो बात समझ में आती है, लेकिन ऑनरेबल वाइस चांसलर ने क्वालिटी ऑडियंस बुलाया. ऑडियंस के लिए एक ताली होनी चाहिए. ऑडियंस के लिए क्वालिटी ऑडियंस को बुलाया. 7 घंटे से इस चेंबर में हैं, सुबह 9 बजे से आकर के अभी इस समय 4 बजने वाले हैं, 4:30 बजने वाले. 7 घंटे से सुन रहे हैं. कहा जाता है कि बोलना आसान है, सुनना बहुत कठिन होता है. इसके लिए बहुत पेशेंस की आवश्यकता होती है. मैं 1-2 को आपको वही शेरो शायरी के माध्यम से अपनी बात कह दूंगा, और आप लोग जो कहे हैं वही है, केवल एक बहाना है. रविन्द्रनाथ टैगोर जी से कुछ विद्वान टीचर्स जाके पूछे कि गुरुजी वी आर टोटली कंफ्यूज, कैन यू टेल अस व्हाट टू डू? साइंस पढ़ाएं, मैथ पढ़ाएं, इंग्लिश पढ़ाएं, हिंदी पढ़ाएं, अंग्रेजी पढ़ाएं, एमबीबीएस पढ़ाएं, क्या पढ़ाएं? वी आर टोटली कंफ्यूज, कैन यू गाइड अस? यू आर द विश्व गुरु। रविन्द्रनाथ टैगोर जी ने बहुत सुंदर कहा था कि देखो, डोंट टीच सब्जेक्ट, टू टीच द स्टूडेंट, while teaching the student to teach the subject. Whatever you are going to teach, फिर रविन्द्रनाथ टैगोर जी के पास ले चलूंगा। टीचर्स ने कहा और रविन्द्रनाथ टैगोर जी ने कहा कि दुनिया का टीचर केवल 3 काम कर सकता है, ओनली 3 काम का, चौथा कोई जन्म नहीं लिया। वो तो विश्व गुरु थे, तो दुनिया की बात करते थे। उन्होंने कहा कि पहला करता है कि वो स्टूडेंट को फायर करता है, फिर वो स्टूडेंट को इंकरेज करता है, और फिर तीसरा और सबसे फॉरमोस्ट है कि वो इंस्पायर करता है। इंस्पायर मीन्स व्हाट? बाय व्हाट? बाय हिज कैरेक्टर, बाय हिज डिसिप्लिन, बाय हिज डेडिकेशन, बाय हिज डिवोशन, बाय हिज अचीवमेंट, बाय हिज विजडम, बाय हिज नॉलेज, बाय हिज अवार्ड्स। गोस्वामी डंगरिया कितने अवार्ड्स पाए हैं, ये भी मोटिवेशन का एक कारण है। The teacher, being a teacher, he can inspire by anything. This is what teacher has to do, and this is we are supposed to do. Friends, मैं बहुत समय नहीं लूंगा, सिर्फ यही कहूंगा कि खुद से लड़ने के लिए जिस दिन खड़ा हो जाऊंगा, खुद से लड़ने के लिए जिस दिन खड़ा हो जाऊंगा, देख लेना उस दिन मैं खुद से बड़ा हो जाऊंगा। जब तक मैं इस पर वर्कशॉप कराया हूं सर, मैं आपको बताऊं, बीइंग ए टीचर, बीइंग ए लेक्चरर, 1 पेज का बायोडाटा नहीं लिख सकते हैं। जो रिसर्चर होता है वो लिख लेता है, क्योंकि बार बार उसको लिख के देना होता है। बायोडाटा नहीं लिख पाते, अपना जो करते हैं हॉस्टल वार्डन क्या क्या दे कैन नॉट राइट। वी हैव टू वर्क। इसीलिए ये एनईपी और जरूरी है, इसीलिए ये एनसीटी का जो वर्कशॉप है बहुत जरूरी है। लोगों में अवेयरनेस आए, जागरूकता आए, लोग एक दूसरे को समझें, लोग एक दूसरे से इंटरेक्ट करें। दिस इज व्हाट दे हैव टू लर्न बाय ईच अदर। जितने विद्वान आज यहाँ जमा हुए हैं, एक दूसरे का कांटेक्ट लेंगे, दूसरे से इंटरेक्ट करेंगे, दूसरे को सुनने को मौका मिला। माय डेडिकेशन, माय रिस्पेक्ट गोज टू डियर ऋषभ जी, dear Khushbu and team. They have given lot of input, they have given lot of encouragement, they have given lot of idea, and as well as Rishabh ji has motivated people like anything. This is what a lecturer, this is what a lesson, this is what a session, this is what a speech should do to inspire the audience, encourage the audience. मैं एनसीटी को फिर से धन्यवाद दूंगा कि आप दिल्ली से चल के आए और नॉर्थ ईस्ट के दरवाजे पर आए हैं। अभी गोस्वामी डंगरिया से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि यहाँ से ले जाना आपका काम है। ये लोग दिल्ली से ला के यहाँ रख दिए, अब आप भी कुछ करके दिखा दीजिए। सबसे रिचेस्ट यूनिवर्सिटी है, मत भूलिएगा। सबसे पुराना कॉलेज है, मत भूलिएगा। यहाँ लोग माथा झुकाते हैं, यहाँ सिर झुकाते हैं और सिर झुका करके इससे गुजरते हैं। ये बहुत रिस्पेक्टेबल मंदिर है, सरस्वती माँ का यह मंदिर है। यहाँ लोग सीखने के लिए आते हैं, देखने के लिए आते हैं कॉटन कॉलेज कैसा है। यहाँ बहुत लोग आए, बहुत सीखे। मैं आप सबको अपनी तरफ से शुभकामनाएं देता हूं, और एनईपी में जो जागरूकता की जरूरत है वह बहुत बड़ी जागरूकता की जरूरत है, इंकरेजमेंट की जरूरत है। एनसीटी इसी तरह काम करे। वी आर देयर टू हेल्प यू, वी आर रेडी टू वर्क विथ यू, और सभी लोग इस तरह से काम करें। और मैं यही कहूंगा अंत में कि खुदा मिलेगा खुद में ही जब खुद खोलोगे दरवाजा। खुदा मिलेगा खुद में ही जब खुद खोलोगे दरवाजा। तुझे देखकर खुदा कहेगा आजा भीतर आजा। ओ माय सन, कम इनसाइड, आई एम वेटिंग फॉर यू। अरे मैडम गोस्वामी का हमने नाम नहीं भूल गया। मैडम आपके बहुत ही शिष्य हैं अरुणाचल में। अब पता चला कि आपका बहुत बड़ा कारोबार अरुणाचल में भी है। आपके चेला और के बच्चे बहुत ज्यादा अरुणाचल में हैं। आपको मेरा बहुत बहुत प्रणाम, और सभी विद्वानों को मैं अपना सिर झुका के और अंत में अपने तरफ से, अपने बिहाफ ऑफ गवर्नमेंट के, अपने यूनिवर्सिटी, मैं एनसीटी को, बाकी सबको धन्यवाद देता हूं, ऑर्गेनाइजर्स को साधुवाद देता हूं, लेकिन एनसीटी को सल्यूट करता हूं। धन्यवाद। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you so much, sir. It was really a very interesting speech, I must say. Loved it. And next in agenda is the rapporteur's report, a summary of all the interactions that happened in this day-long open house discussion. I request Dr. Jitumani Bosumatari, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Cotton University, to kindly present her summary.
A very good evening to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor V.C. Goswami, our esteemed guests, dignitaries, panelists, NCTE, and my dear colleagues. We have had two fruitful sessions on the NPST and NMM today. These two parts in the NEP 2020 aims to bring radical changes into our education system. The focus now is on the teachers so that we may be able to bring about, or let's say we may be well equipped to handle the implementation of the massive changes to be introduced by the NEP in pedagogy. Our takeaways from the panel discussion in the morning on NPST are as follows. Professor Utpal Sharma emphasized on the importance of ICT knowledge right from the beginner's level and administrative training in the second level. Focuses also must be placed on innovative skills in the third level. At level 3, he says the teacher must also have reached a position to be able to mentor teachers of the first two levels. He emphasized on the role of teachers training institutes to enable teachers to have a holistic approach to teaching and pedagogy. The important takeaways from Ms. Prabha Dastidar's discussion are that the pattern of teachers' interference in students' learning has to be undone, and values should be emphasized upon rather than volumes. Dr. M.K. Mahanta believes that selection process of teachers must be scientific in approach. Many a times, a good student may not be a good teacher. So the focus should be on a more systemic implementation of NPST. A professional training must be provided to the individuals before they enter the teaching profession. Ms. Mausami Mohanta suggested to create inclusive classrooms and customize learning in such a way that it caters to the need of students who are plugged into technology, to quote Mahanta herself. Teachers must learn to change the assessment process of students with hands-on activities. Mr. Ghanashyam Medi laid emphasis on regular training and performance-based promotion and increment. He suggested teachers' training program to be held at regular intervals at an institution equipped with a training center. He also highlighted the importance of proficiency in local language so that teachers are able to communicate and understand students better. Dr. Torali Pathak says there might be many with a passion for teaching, but financial constraints don't allow them to pursue the training required for this profession. She brought up the matter of anomalies in different levels that might hinder the implementation of the NEP 2020. She highlighted the gap between government schools and private schools, which might also hinder this implementation. She also emphasized on values and ethics, which are very, very important for teachers because students imbibe teachers. We have also had some inputs from audience. Quality and quantity, some say must be on the same page. There must be a way to test individuals before they enter the profession. We know this has already been taken into consideration by the NCTE through the NCTQ. A question was also raised about the possibility of having highly qualified teachers in the absence of the required teacher training centers. We also know this too has been looked into by the NCTE. From our discussions on NMM, we have had valuable inputs from Dr. Nirada Devi, Dr. Bibha Chaudhary, and Dr. Tulika De. We have understood that for the mentoring program or for the mentoring mission to be a success, we need to go back to our communities, act as mentors in the schools and colleges we come from, maybe create awareness programs, motivational talks. Mentors must also have hand-holding to be effective mentors. Mentees must be able to have a choice in their mentors. There must be a SWOT analysis so that maybe we are able to test which teachers might be good mentors. Mentee must find the mentor accessible. There must be a level of comfort between the two. A teacher now must learn to be a facilitator to guide the students towards achieving the goals of becoming fully developed individuals with emphasis on critical thinking, reasoning, questioning, and leadership qualities. Therefore, the teacher must also constantly change, constantly learn, and develop to become the facilitators of change. And probably the National Mission on Mentoring will facilitate the teachers to be well equipped in this process. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bosumatari. May I request the chairperson to kindly give his concluding remarks on the entire discussions. We have the chairperson, Sri Santosh Kumar Sarangi, NCTE.
Thank you very much. I don't have much of concluding remarks. Uh, uh, I just have to thank the Vice Chancellor, Professor Goswami, Dr. Sangeeta and her team for organizing it so beautifully, for assembling a group of participants who were pretty involved, who were pretty engaged, and who added to our quest for knowledge. As far as NPST and NMM is concerned, I hope both the NCT team, Rishabh and Kushbu and her team, have given you some food for thought. And in the process, we also got a lot of food for thought. In fact, many of the issues raised relating to how it is going to be implemented, what's the way forward, are areas on which we'll be pondering about and trying to find solution. However, this has been a very excellent session. My sincere thanks to Cotton University for agreeing to organize it. Thanks to Kesang and our team for coordinating this entire program so well. And as I pointed out, this is our first outreach program, and we'll be conducting so many others in different parts of the country. But this initial one has been very, very encouraging for us, and we hope that the people who have participated actually go back and have a look at both NPST draft as well as NMM draft. And as Khushbu pointed out, there is an email ID there where you can put your thoughts out. And let me assure you that each of the comment which goes from any part of India is actually read, and we try to imbibe whatever is the good point that you might have suggested. So I would request all of you to have a relook at these two drafts which are there in NCTE domain and give your comments, give your suggestion. It will be of utmost value to all of us. Thank you, all of you, again.
Thank you so much, Sri Sarangi. Now I request Assistant Professor, Mass Communication, Cotton University, Muktikam Hazarika, Dr. Muktikam Hazarika, to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. At the outset, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the chairperson, National Council for Teacher Education, Shri Santosh Kumar Sarangiji, for making it convenient to grace the occasion. Our sincere thanks to the member secretary, Madam Kesang Yangzom Sherpaji, Principal Secretary Education, Government of Assam, Mr. B. Kalyan Chakravarti, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Cotton University, Professor Bhavesh Chandra Goswami, the Chairperson, ERC NCTE, Professor Nilima Bhagavati, and Chairperson of National Mentoring Mission Committee, Professor S.C. Ray, for their wonderful deliberations. Our sincere gratitude to National Professional Standard for Teachers, NPST expert, Mr. Rishabh Khanna, and National Mentoring Mission, NMM expert, Ms. Khushbu Avasthi, for their meaningful presentations and beautiful moderation of their respective sessions. We also thank the team members of NCTE, Mr. Abhimanyu Yadav, and others for their support and constant cooperation. Our sincere thanks to the esteemed panelists and speakers, Mr. Utpal Sharma, Mr. Ghanashyam Medhi, Dr. M.K. Mohanto, Ms. Prabha Dastidar, Ms. Moshumi Mohanto, Dr. Torali Pathak, Professor Bibhash Chaudhary, Dr. Tulika De, and Dr. Nirada Devi for their efforts and cooperation in making the program worthwhile. We would like to thank all the guests, delegates from across various universities, colleges, schools, and administration from Assam, Tripura, Meghalaya, Nagaland, and Arunachal Pradesh for their meaningful presence and active participation. Without you, the program would not have been a success. We thank representatives of the media for covering the event and also thank the two rapporteurs of today's event, Dr. Jitumoni Basumitari and Dr. Urmimala Mahela from the Department of English, Cotton University, for sincerely documenting and presenting the entire day-long discussions. Thank you to both. We thank the NCTE team comprising of the Undersecretary NCTE, Mr. Dinesh Kumar Chaturvedi ji, Mr. Ravinder Singh ji, and Mr. N.K. Sharma ji for their constant support and cooperation to the Cotton University organizing team comprising of Professor Kalyan Das, Professor Mosumi Ganguly, Dr. Songita Borthakur, Dr. Juri Mohanto, Dr. Saurabhi Borthakur, Dr. Muktikam Hazarika, Dr. Debobroto Hazarika, Dr. Hubajoti Bormon, and Mr. Mridul Hazarika in appropriately planning and organizing the event. Well, words are less to express our gratitude to a few members of Cotton University who have come forward to help us at our single request and put in their best of efforts in organizing the event. We would like to take the names Dr. Dulumoni Das, Mr. Inzamul Ahmed, Mr. Jitmoni Gogoi, and Mr. Abhijit Boisho. Our special thanks to all the student volunteers and non-teaching working force, including the members from the engineering cell, Cotton University, without whom organizing the event would not have been possible at all. Over and above, I extend gratitude to one and all who have directly or indirectly contributed towards the organization of the event. Last but not the least, our most special thank you goes to the host of today's event, Dr. Songita Borthakur, for so wonderfully leading and anchoring the entire event with utmost grace and warmth. Thank you, Dr. Borthakur, for all that you have done for the event. With these words, I conclude my vote of thanks for today's event. Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Muktikam. And our Honorable Vice Chancellor would also like to speak a few words as his concluding remarks.
Honorable guests from Delhi and well as different parts of India and also from Arunachal Pradesh, I thank all of you for coming to Cotton University, and it was a really good experience, and I hope this particular university as well as all the other institutions also have now a connection to NCTE, try to reveal and get the facilities like that. So I will request all our colleges and our institutes to jump into this 4-year BTech, 2-year BTech program so that the teachers will be benefited of this reason. So finally, I just want to thank my team from Cotton University who has really worked for the last more or less about 10 to 15 days without any interruption, so which is led by Professor Kalyan Das, Sangita Bothakur, and others. So I once again thank from my own behalf, I thank all of you. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. As we conclude the program, I would like to announce that high tea is there. Please help yourself in the dining hall. We have arranged for high tea in the dining hall. Please proceed to the hall. Oh, the photograph session, right.